Good morning. Shall we start? Can we hear each other? Okay. First of all, dear participants, dear guests, dear journalists, dear friends, good morning to everybody. Thank you for coming. My name is Stevo Pendarovski. I am going to be your host today for the first opening round, of course. On behalf of all the staff of the Presidential Center, Stevo Pendarovski, welcome to the conference Echoes of Democracy, which is a political school organized by the Presidential Center. Today we'll have the second module under the general title, Foundations of Democracy and Civil Engagement. As announced last month, we envisaged 3 modules, the last one coming in June, next month. At the very beginning of the conference, we'll have opening roundtable under the title Foundations of Democratic Resilience in the Western Balkan region. Within the session, each speaker will have 3 of them today. We'll give approximately 10 minutes of interventions on the current state of democracy in the Western Balkans from the angle of research and practice, of course, followed by a 30 minutes Q&A session. Before starting this debate, allow me to just briefly mention the other roundtable scheduled for these 2 days, for today and for tomorrow. After this one, we'll have a session, number 1, under the title Scaling Up Deliberative Democracy within the AI, within which we will explore, with our speaker, deliberative democracy as a concept and why it matters through the examples from the United Kingdom and the Balkans. Session 2 will be about geopolitics and democratic trajectories in the Western Balkan. Our speaker will offer high-level analysis of regional cooperation, diplomacy, and the specific obstacles to Euro-Atlantic integration for the Western Balkan 6. Session 3, for today, the architecture of belief, political mythology, and civil society in the Western Balkan. We'll make an attempt to deconstruct the political myths and theories that shape civil participation and democratic behavior across the Western Balkans. For tomorrow, we have scheduled 2 sessions. The first one will be about the leadership and cultural codes in the Western Balkan from national cultural index to generational revolution. And the last one, before wrapping up the whole conference, will be about the resilient leader, global perspectives on leadership capabilities and mental well-being in office. Now let's go back to the opening round. Here we have really 3 distinguished speakers with impressive biographies in academia, in the scientific research, and in politics. Next to me is Mr. Zoran Svilanovic. He served as Secretary General of the Regional Cooperation Council for 5 years. From the year 2000-2004 was Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, State Union of Serbia and Montenegro. And between 2000 and 2007, he was a member of parliament of that state. Then next to him is Hana Kapetanovic, a lead researcher in the UK think tank, Demos, as they used to say, multi-party think tank, specializing in deliberative methods and democratic innovations. She has authored and co-authored a number of reports at Demos. Her current project is about deliberative democracy through the Waves AI platform. And Mr. Nenad Markovic, PhD in political science, is full professor at the State University Kirill and Method in Skopje. Among many research topics he is interested about and researching about are democratization, human rights, good governance, nationalism, nation building. And since I'm the host of this session, I have to mention that in the period 2019-2024, he was the member of the Security Council of the President of the Republic. So let's start with our speakers. Thank you for coming once more. Mr. Svilanovic, the very few people know that you are well versed in speaking Macedonian language, but for the sake of the larger auditorium, then we'll continue in English. Please.
I'd like to wish all of you a very good morning. Let me express my gratitude for the invitation to President Pendarovski as well as the Presidential Center. I would also like to express my gratitude to those who supported this whole event, Open Society Foundations and others as well. I was very much tempted by the invitation to join you, to see you in this other part of your life, as, if I'm not wrong, we met, as you just reminded me, first time while you were with the then President of Macedonia as an advisor. Boris Rajkovski. I was then in the office as a foreign minister. Later on, we were together in NATO, by the way. That I remember very well. And your mention was just mentioned as a potential candidate. So this was before you were a president. And of course, I very much enjoyed your tenure leading your country. I've deliberately asked for this photo to be displayed. Perhaps I may go in more detail later on, as we are provided an opportunity to discuss the experiences. It is not that I love each and every one who is in this photo. It is not that I appreciate their political careers. I like some of them better, some less. But I've asked for this photo to be displayed as an illustration of one thing that I would like to share with you. There are windows of opportunity in life as well as in politics. Sometimes you can do something and you do it now. The window might be closed soon. This is a photo taken after a soccer match, Western Balkans versus European Union. In white jerseys, Western Balkans. We won, of course, convincingly. It was on the margins of the Vienna summit of the Berlin process, which took place, if I'm not wrong, 2015 in Vienna. You will find your former prime ministers, presidents, ministers, etc. All I want to show is that it was possible then. Be very frank and tell me, can you imagine this soccer match today? No. Irrespective who is leading your governments, who are the ministers in your government. Why is it impossible? Because then we were in the same team, me and Taci, then Prime Minister Gruevski. At the other side, we had the Prime Minister Kurz, Prime Minister Cerar from Slovenia, to the very right, several ministers. Then Ivica Dačić was a foreign minister. He was a referee, together with Commissioner Hahn. This photo actually was taken then, and I was given it while visiting. One of those in blue jerseys is, at the moment, ambassador of the EU in Montenegro. Johan Zadler, he is here to the left. I'm not inviting you to discuss them. I'm inviting you to think of something you can do at the very moment. And if you do see an opportunity, go for it. Because it might happen that you will not be given an opportunity again. You were very kind, President, in saying what I was doing. But I can explain my CV differently. I was establishing internet, first telecommunication, telephone internet communication between Belgrade and Sarajevo during the siege of Sarajevo. Then, as a member or part of the Center for Anti-War Action in Belgrade. I was among 5 deciding on the arrest of Milosevic, and among 3, 4 deciding when and how he is going to be extradited to The Hague. I was negotiating Serbian-Macedonian border, I signed it. I've negotiated and signed the temporary protocol on the Prevlaka Peninsula, which is current border between Montenegro and Croatia. So these are the things I'm proud of. And these are the things which were possible then. And I could hardly imagine that these things can be done today. It is only partially that I would say it is the responsibility of the political elite in the region. To a great extent, it is our responsibility. But it is also a responsibility of our partners, international community. International community I was part of then was very much different compared to where we are now. It was much easier for me to say what is right or wrong, who is left in a political scene and who is right, who is social democrat, who is progressive, liberal, center-right. This photo is blurred. It's very much different. And I'd be very happy to answer to your questions later on, therefore, and I'm very talkative. I can talk for hours. I don't want to do it, respecting all of you, including my co-panelists. But I want to say, why do I think it is very difficult now? Most of our co-citizens in the region do not believe anymore that we are going to end up in the EU. If they are very frankly asked and very frankly answered, they will say, guys, it ain't going to happen. If I try to look at the countries, I would say that I am applauding to the leadership of Montenegro, that they are taking decisive steps, and I am hopeful that they might join. I'll be very honest, I believe that they will be able to complete negotiations and conclude all chapters by spring next year. And I do believe that they might be able to complete negotiations on the contract agreement on accession that has been prepared now. Are they going to be in the EU or not? I don't know. If you ask me, Goran, what about 100 euros, yes or no? Will all members of the Council vote yes or not? I'm hopeful, but there are no guarantees. At the other side are countries who do have good reasons to be skeptical about that. Number one is, if I dare say, speaking on my mother's homeland, because my mother is Macedonian, there are good reasons for people here, politicians as well, to be very cautious. Because some of the major steps done by the leaders then, including on settling their relationship with Greece, have never been reciprocated by the EU. And I know when I've seen this, that my first selfish reaction was, my God, we are not ever going to agree on Kosovo. Why would we? If Macedonians have done this, a bold major step on the name, against the will of the majority of the population, as my action on Milosevic was against the will of the people. Sometimes you do it. That's politics. You know what you believe in, and you are ready to pay a political price, that you will never be re-elected, you go for it. But come on, you do expect something. In this case, unfortunately, looking in particularly at the situation here, related to specifically now North Macedonia, this action was never reciprocated, and I'm very sorry. But these are all illustrations of to what extent the world is different. The EU is different, and the biggest change is regarding the position of the United States. Two of us, if I dare say, we are both pro-NATO. We are Euro-Atlantists politically.
Same generation.
Yes. But it's different US today. the way they're doing business today. Look, I'm traveling like hell. I came from Sarajevo. Yesterday I was in Sarajevo. Today I'm here with you. And they are, if they are guys from Bosnia and Herzegovina, I believe that they are aware that one of the biggest things being discussed in the political scene there is this southern interconnection, the gas interconnection. But it's a result of the G2G, so government to government business. This is the way how you do business with China, how you do business with with Russia, with Turkey, with GCC countries, and now with the US. So this is completely against everything one would understand is the European standard. It's not an EU standard. EU standard means procurement. Now we were discussing green procurements. Why am I saying all of this? And we may discuss these issues later, to say that we are living in a different world in which actors I used to recognize in one color might be wearing different colors today. And this is a huge task for the leaders, for those in the administration, as I understand some of you are part of your national administrations, but for the people as well. So we need to accommodate. If you add to this something that maybe Hannah or the others are going to talk about, including AI, data. As I am now working with the private business, I have a completely different experience. How private business sees our governments, how they operate, we can discuss it later. When I discussed something with a CEO of one of these companies doing telecommunications and data, she said, what do you mean? I was commenting on the US policies or the policies of different governments and said, this is against my political beliefs. She said, what do you mean, democracy? I'll tell you what democracy is. It doesn't exist. It's all about data. And she's doing data and saying, that's the real power. Not the money, but the information about you. I can have every piece of information about your private life, professional life, interests, who you see, who you talk to, what do they think, and therefore that's what is the new democracy today. It's completely different. I don't want to sound, I don't want to be negative, I just want to say, under these circumstances, when we discuss our political beliefs, there are so many different issues which are at the table. Data management is one. But our attitude towards migration is a huge issue. Our attitude towards education is a huge issue. Social equality, religion, culture, we are going to discuss tomorrow. So this is what defines us, being democratic, non-democratic, less democratic, etc. It is a different world, and I'm actually only inviting you to take part in it. But to be aware that you might have an opportunity to deliver at a certain moment in time. If you go for politics, be aware. You may not be given the same opportunity tomorrow. Because you are going to be different. The world is going to be different. Those who you are working with are going to be very much different. So try to seize the moment and do your best in a world dominated by data, which are not under your control, not at all. I stop here. We may discuss later.
Thank you. Mr. Stolny, thank you. You have touched upon many issues. I am certain that you have provoked many people in the audience to ask some questions to you and to the rest of the panel later on. Now we are going to go to Hannah. She's doing quite an interesting project in the last years. And she will introduce all of us from the older generations into the new technologies and using AI and the impact of that artificial intelligence in political processes. And thank you for coming, Hannah, once more, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. I don't have a football picture. I have a much less exciting slides deck. So yeah, my name's Hannah. As you can hear, I'm pronouncing it slightly differently because I'm from the UK. It's nice to have my name pronounced accurately for the first time at work ever. Hannah Kapitanovic. I born and raised in London, but as you can see from my name, have lots of roots here. And I thought it would be useful to share a bit of a UK perspective on the democratic kind of challenges faced in this region, and democracy has already come up, so I'll be interested to sort of hear other people's thoughts. So I'll just start by introducing Demos a bit and share where I'm coming from. So we are the UK's leading cross-party think tank, which means we're non-partisan. We work with lots of different parties. We've been going for a while. We've been established over 30 years ago. And despite that kind of long history, we are now at a time when we are most concerned about democracy in the UK. Our current mission is to upgrade democracy. We feel that the UK is heading towards a democratic emergency, as we call it. And I know that the history here of democracy is obviously quite different. And I think some of these issues will resonate and maybe be even more long-standing. So, we have in the UK, for example, record low political trust. People are losing faith in democracy, in political institutions. They still believe in it and that it's a good thing, but don't feel it's working for them. And democracy obviously really rests on the legitimacy and the legitimacy for people. So it's a really critical problem. And so what we're doing now is thinking about democracy differently and trying to do democracy differently. We talk a lot at Demos about our 4 pillars. So we are looking at upgrading democracy through 4 different areas. Everyday democracy, which is the pillar I mostly work on, where we trial new ways of doing democracy. Public service reform, which is about making the public services that we have more relational and preventative to improve people's experiences and to kind of increase people's trust in those public services, which has often been lost. Citizen economy, which is about how citizens can work together with government, with businesses, within the markets to create a better economy that works for people. And resilient information ecosystems. We work on what we call the epistemic security threats that we're experiencing, so the threats to the way that we collectively produce and share information in the UK. We see that as under threat. So for example, misinformation, which is a problem in the UK and of course a problem here as well. I mostly work on everyday democracy, and Waves, the project I'm going to tell you a bit about, is under that pillar. But of course, there are loads more interesting projects that we do, so please do talk to me over the course of today and tomorrow about them. 2, for example, that I'm working on top of Waves, which is too many projects, some might argue. But the other kind of 2 big projects are around how we can create a better conversation and a deliberative conversation. I'll explain what I mean by that on a really divisive topic, which is immigration in the UK, and then also work on how we can create a new model of engagement between members of parliament and their citizens that live in their constituencies. So we're trialling kind of a new way of doing that, which has some similarities to Waves, but is really quite different in terms of the scale. So I'll focus on Waves and explain a bit about what we're trying to solve here, what's the challenge that we see. And I'm not a Western Balkans expert, despite sort of being from here, at least in terms of my family. But I know that a lot of these things will resonate here too, and I'll be interested in kind of talking to people about that over the next day and a half. So, as I mentioned, loss of trust is a key issue. We've also seen political disengagement. So in our last general election, 2024, we had the lowest voter turnout since 2001. There's sort of different levels of turnout depending on different types of elections, but generally people are kind of losing trust and they're disengaging, and I think that's definitely something that we see here in this region. And we also see, combined with that, kind of polarization, divisions between people, particularly say on topics like immigration, and all of that is creating a not very healthy democratic debate, not very healthy engagement with democracy. So that's kind of the broader picture and a lot of the why of what we're concerned about and why we're trying to kind of seize this opportunity now to take action. And I would encourage you all to do the same in your places, and I know that a lot of you already are, and I know that young people in particular are really leading the way in a lot of these areas here. But one of the ways that we're looking at doing this is through WAVES. And WAVES specifically focuses on the local level of government in the UK, so sort of municipality type level. And so, of course, all of these kind of problems in terms of loss of trust and disengagement are problems for political institutions because they're losing their legitimacy, right? But at the same time, they also have lots of other issues they're dealing with. You know, there's, for local government in particular, massive budget cuts over the past decade. There is rising demand on various services that they deliver, so because of our aging population, because of increasing kind of demand for special needs and education services, because of rising homelessness, the kinds of things they deliver are rising in demand. And so there are all these hard trade-offs that they have to make, and they're not getting the public buy-in that I would argue they need to make them. So you talked about kind of making bold political choices, which I agree it's incredibly important for politicians to do that. It's easier for them to make bold political choices when they can kind of bring the public along with them, which isn't always possible, of course. Sometimes you do just have to be that visionary. But what I'm going to talk about, this kind of deliberative form of democracy, is all about trying to get that kind of buy-in and bring people along the way. But it's important to note that, particularly when you look at local government, there is engagement that happens between local government and citizens already. There's, for example, various policy areas where local government has to engage with people. But what that engagement looks like is not great, essentially. You know, it's traditional consultations where there'll be an issue, say kind of new houses are going to be developed in our area, and they'll need to consult on that, and so they'll put out a consultation, but there's lots of like complicated documents. You know, it's the kind of thing that most people don't have the time or knowledge really to take part in. You know, who's going to sit around really and kind of sit and take part in these consultations? The answer is some people, but a very self-selecting, specific type of person, and often with really strong opinions on these issues, right? So what happens is that people do engage with local government, but it's the same group of people again, and often people with really loud, and often kind of the more extreme opinions, right? Because they're like, I really want to put forward my opinion and share it. And so what that means is that most people aren't getting heard, their voices aren't getting heard, and yet from the local government's perspective, they feel like they're hearing loads from people and actually very loudly, but it's just not a representative group of people at all. So the way that we advocate for engaging, that we feel is better, is public deliberation, it's deliberative democracy. I know that there have been really great examples of this in this region already, citizens' assemblies that have happened in various countries. I know that some people part of this program have been involved in those. I can see one already being pointed to in the front. And so some of you will be very familiar with this, but if you're not familiar, just to kind of explain what I mean by public deliberation, it's a way of bringing people together to talk about issues that impact their lives and to actually inform decision-making on them. So usually it's about bringing together a randomly selected sample of people who broadly represent the population that's relevant. It's about having experts that are balanced and robust to provide information and evidence for people to consider. It's about having facilitated discussions where you're bringing together people with different viewpoints and helping guide them through a conversation to get to some sort of output at the end. And it's really key that that output then informs decision making in some way. And so it's a really different type of conversation. You know, it happens over a number of sessions. Most people don't have access to, you know, independent expertise on issues, say something like immigration in the UK, so divisive and loads of misinformation around it. Most people don't really speak to people with different views to themselves. That's true in the UK. I think it's definitely true here. And, you know, there's obviously extra divisions on top of the ones we have in the UK here in terms of, you know, ethno-national conflicts and those sorts of dynamics. And so it's a really different type of discussion, and it produces a really different type of outcome. It produces really sensible, nuanced conclusions that actually find consensus between a group of people. And yet, there are problems. These, as those of you who've been involved in them will know, they're time-consuming, they're expensive, and it's hard to therefore scale them up. It's usually limited to a smaller group because you have limited resources. So we have lots of evidence that this works, but what we really need here is scale, is what I'd argue. And lots of people in the democratic innovation sector talk about this. Our way of getting the scale, of increasing kind of the reach of these methods is waves. So we are trying to create a way of making meaningful deliberation accessible at scale, so more people taking part, but without losing the quality of in-depth, small group discussion and actual real kind of deliberation, as I explained it. And the way that we propose doing that, essentially, is tech. We certainly don't think tech is the answer to everything. We work a lot on kind of you know, how you can manage tech and make sure that it works in the best way for people. But with kind of good intentions and with you know, a good reason, it can be really powerful and a way to involve far more people than would usually be involved in a deliberative process at a lower cost, meaning that more local authorities can take this up and involve more residents. So involving more residents is important, right? The scale is important. This means greater mandate, more public buy-in. Decisions are easier to implement because more people have been involved in making them, and so they're hopefully going to be better, and also they'll have more buy-in. But also the depth matters too. So we don't want to lose the high-quality discussion, and we want to make sure that communities really feel genuinely heard at the end of this, not just consulted. So what we don't want to do here is just, instead of deliberation, do kind of some digital engagement version of consultation. We want it to be really meaningful. So I will show you. Oh, there you go. I will show you waves to finish off. So I will be talking about this in more detail later and kind of going into more on all of this. But this is the waves model. So at the top there, you have kind of the process, what you're trying to do at each stage. In the middle, we have the tech platforms that we're currently using, and we've been trialing different tech platforms. We want to be tech agnostic. You know, we're not just committed to these platforms. We're trying to work with good tech, leading innovation, leading innovative kind of tech providers with open source platforms where possible. And, you know, all of these have kind of AI-enabled functions to help kind of with this scaling. And then the bottom is about kind of how many people get involved and what's the sort of citizen experience of this. And so just to quickly kind of summarize this slide, the first step is key. Decide what your policy challenge is. What is it that you want to ask the public about? And why is it that you want to really genuinely involve people in this way on this topic? Be clear on that. Be clear on what you're involving them with and commit. And that's a key sort of aspect of this, because as those who've been involved in these processes know, they often fail because the kind of decision makers don't take on what happens at the end. They don't meaningfully really take on the kind of outputs of these processes. And then you start by going out at scale. Anyone can take part so we're doing 2 trials. In our 2 trials so far in phase 1, over 1,200 residents have taken part. And this is a really easy question that anyone could answer. It doesn't take too much of their time. They're incentivized with both being able to kind of have a say in democracy, but also by a prize draw, another great incentive. And you gather lots of ideas and you find where the areas of agreement and disagreement are, and then you put that to phase 2, the deep deliberation. So from that sample, you draw a broadly representative sample of participants, and you take them through a deliberative process online, sort of using this new tech to help you do that in a way that means less sort of staff time and less costs. And you provide them with expertise and allow them space to deliberate. And they come up with draft recommendations that you then put out back at scale in phase 3. Again, anyone can take part here. And the really key thing here is that, yes, these participants have come up with something usually really great and sensible through this process, but most other people don't know about it. They haven't been involved in the process, so they might not necessarily see things in the same way. So it's really important to sense check it against the wider population, because that's the way that you really get buy-in from other people beyond those who take part in the process. And then you bring it back to the small group again for the stage 4, where they take on that feedback, they finalize the recommendations. And just to say on scale as well, while we are involving only around 50 people kind of in these deep deliberation stages, the aim is to scale up for more, but currently in the trials, that's sort of how many we are having. Final stage then, critical stage, the local authority is given the recommendations, and it's up to them then to kind of respond and take it on. And as I've said, kind of that thinking about that right from the very start is critical to these having, to these being successful. So, as I mentioned, we're undergoing 2 trials, so very much in trial mode. We don't have kind of all the findings yet. December, we'll be publishing our toolkit on how to apply waves, and we'll be publishing kind of our evaluation results as well. We're having an independent evaluation done. And I'm very happy to talk to anyone, though, over the next 2 days about anything about it, but also if you're interested in talking about how it could apply here in the Western Balkans, always happy to talk about that. And I've put my contact details in this slide as well, and I will be around. But just to mention that I can't stick around for the discussion now, as I do need to go to an important meeting, but I will be back talking about this in more detail later on, and we'll be around for questions and discussion.
Thank you for your really interesting presentation. You'll have a separate session on the topic as well. And since all of the attendees and participants in our school are below the age of 40, I'm quite sure that all of them will have a lot of questions for you on the separate session. And on this session as well, why not? Now it's your turn now.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the Presidential Center and you, of course, for being part of this distinguished forum. When an academic says I'll be short, that's probably very dangerous. I had an experience when a professor said it once and he spoke for 45 minutes. But I'll really try to keep it short. And I also don't have a picture. The only one that is remotely interesting is me and Albin Kurti in Pristina in front of the National Library. Me as a very young person, I would say, in my beginning of my academic career, and him in his pre-political career. I have no picture that's more interesting than that one. Probably some would say controversial. When it comes to data mining, I have no social network, so basically I don't know whether I'm protecting myself, although they probably already mined everything there is to know for, in regards to me, or maybe I'm just raising my price. I only have LinkedIn, which I don't use. But I'm staying healthy mentally, especially. I wanted to go to the big picture as a political scientist and give a little blueprint of Southeast Europe. That's how I understood my task, and speak about what's happening now, what's the current state of affairs and how I see it. Firstly, from a very developmental point of view, and then from the very present point of view. I think that we are at the pinnacle of what is a third period, I would say, or a third stage of fragmentation, of polarization of the political scenes on the Balkans, which I would call it vaguely ideological. If the 90s were predominantly occupied with ethnic divisions, you can say those are also ideological, but those nationalism is a very shallow ideology, I would say. I don't know whether to call it ideology at all. It's more a very practical way of organizing things above all. And if the 2000s were a decade marked by political division, now we come to something that was very deeply downtrodden, I would say, very deeply pressed in the last 30 years, and that's the fundamental ideological clash in between two big campuses in every society in the Balkans. The ethnic, the political, and the ideological polarizations were always present, all three of them. Some were more visible and more dominant in one stage of development, others in other stages. But now we have come to the fundamental point of misunderstanding, if I can call it, which is obviously deeply ideological, and it's the sovereignists versus globalists, or you can call them cosmopolitans or non-sovereignists, or whatever you call the other campus that usually people put me in. So this, you can also call this clash as a clash between political idealism and political realism, and that has especially accelerated and is especially visible after Trump got into power. And exactly what happened after Trump got into power was something that I will later on explain. It's a big, I would say, void of power, void of political authority in the region. I will tell you why a little bit later. In this context, there are three types of countries that exist at the moment. Every country is labeled by Bertelsmann Institute, by Freedom House, as hybrid regime, almost every country in the Balkans, especially the Western Balkans. Cyclical state capture, etc., etc. Bertelsmann had, I would say, the bravery for the first time to label Serbia as mild authoritarianism this year. I'm not sure about the mild part. There are mildly optimistic states or optimistic states. One is mildly, one is more optimistic, which is Montenegro and Albania, obviously. And I will never forget something that Jakov Milatovic said at the law faculty. I agree with Mr. Svilanovic that probably Montenegro learned its lesson. It was explained to Mr. Milatovic how we are very dissatisfied with the situation with the veto with Bulgaria and how it has identity consequences and whatnot, and how we are right about that. And he turned to the panelists at that specific panel and said, you cannot both be right and be in the EU. And it was very, it's probably the most, so you can choose. You can have the moral high ground, or you can have the accession process. You can't have both. We chose the moral high ground. Fine. That's also a choice with consequences as any other choice, as is the previous one. So basically, I'm just saying that we chose the moral high ground. Montenegro and Albania obviously didn't. We're very practical, and there is mild optimism, more in Montenegro than in Albania in regards to joining the EU. It's reflected in the political climate as well. And then there are the countries of the stalemate to which we traditionally belong, not always, but very, very frequently. That's Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is, I would say, systemically in a stalemate. It's a matter of functionality of the state more than anything else. And us, because we chose the moral high ground. That's the price to pay. You can choose the moral high ground, and then what you really have as a politics is a complete stalemate. And of course, the more pessimistic scenario, there is always worse, which is Serbia. I think it's the focal point of everything at the moment, and I'll explain why in the third point, which is probably that the fate of Serbia will determine what happens next in the Balkans in general, not the fate of Hungary, as many people think. What I'm really concerned about, and the lesson we haven't learned, is deeply entrenched in something that a colleague of mine is writing a lot about ontological security. I think Hannah mentioned something similar, a concept similar to ontological security, which has to do with securitization of everything. And we live also in an era where everything has to be securitized. Somebody is defending us from something, and political elites absolutely build their careers basically on conflict, misunderstanding, bilateral disputes, and I would say that a good portion of political careers have been built this way. So it's really not profitable to change the paradigm. The ones that change the paradigm lose power. So basically, the message from the countries of Southeast Europe is don't change the securitization paradigm. However, there is impression that there is high political polarization in our societies. VDEM now has an index of political polarization. I was surprised to see how low North Macedonia, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina and other countries are on this index. It turns out that we are not a very polarized part of the world, which is usually a handicap to political participation when people say you cannot really participate in a polarized society, it's very nasty, it's very disgusting, etc., etc. Poland, Slovenia, I don't know, I'm not going to go outside of Europe, there are horrible examples outside of Europe, and Turkey are much more polarized yet have more dynamic political scenes. Maybe polarization, this is something that political scientists have to investigate, whether polarization stimulates or disables political participation and political struggle. I think it can go both ways. In our case, I think that we are paralyzed at the moment. However, we are not very high on political polarization. The highest is Serbia with 1.2. Everything below 1 is considered fairly mild polarization. Macedonia is 0.95, I think, or 92, something like that. Very low. Other countries even lower than that. What worries me, aside of this traditional securitization of everything, and very mild polarization, which I'm not so worried about after seeing the VDEM results, is the penultimate point I'm going to make. There is a power void. There is an empty space of power, especially in North Macedonia, Kosovo, Serbia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina when it comes to the relation of countries and the international community, on both ideological blocks. The EU project is stuck. It's in a, I hope, temporary dead end, obviously. Because we prefer the moral high ground to everything else. And that's a legitimate choice. I wouldn't say it's not legitimate. I'm not sure whether it is the smart choice, but it is legitimate. And EU has lost its leverage a lot in these countries. I can speak from my perspective as somebody that lives and works in Macedonia, and honestly, the EU will, it'll be a decade or so in order to regain its leverage here, for many reasons. Imperfections of how it is constituted, the absolute consensus principle, etc., etc. Let's not go into all those details. But what happened with Trump and Orban completely destroyed the sovereignist bloc that had the idea that they have a story, that they have a narrative. So now this cosmopolitan, globalist, pro-EU, non-sovereignist bloc has no story, has no discourse, no firm discourse, no firm leg to stand on. But the other one is completely destroyed by the completely volatile actions of Trump and the fall down of Peter Mayer, of Viktor Orban.
Freudian slip.
Yes, Freudian slip, yeah. Well, everybody falls down one day. So, although I don't think that Peter Mayer, and that's my ultimate point, will bring a snowball effect. That's the fundamental question. So basically the sovereignist bloc, our government has invested a lot into bilateral relations with Trump. It's a zero return investment. It's an absolutely zero return investment. It was a complete waste of time. It's one thing to be nice, to be polite. If I were to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I would have done the same. Probably be very nice, very polite, but not invest too much energy in this relation, because in a transactional world and of transactional politics, it doesn't really pay off. You have nothing to offer, very little to gain. So basically, there is no story, there is no discourse there. And then the fall of Viktor Orban is absolutely, has destroyed the network of these sovereignist elites in the region. Although I'm not, and this is my final point, I'm not very optimistic that what is expected of Peter Mayer will happen in a way that people expect. I don't think that there will be much controversy and many data leaked to the public that will work against this sovereignist bloc, because I think that people already know everything. And many people are not bothered by the thing they know. Lines of influence, lines of communication, lines of pressure, who did what and when, etc., etc. Specifically because he might decide that this is not first, that this is not very high on his agenda, and second because I don't think there are many things there that we already don't know. So I think I won't be very surprised to see if nothing comes out of that story or not much comes out of that story. I always leave space to be surprised. And that's what I said. Is this the end of this sovereignist, I would say, how to call it? Maybe you can call it even an anti-globalist bloc. Well, I'm not sure. It pretty much depends on what happens in Serbia. One example doesn't make a pattern. Two examples, who knows? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nenad. So it's now time to turn to the audience and face your questions and comments you might have. For any of us, I'm not quite sure whether Hannah is going to be back.
Not sure.
No, okay. Then let's go forward with questions, comments, critics, whatever you might have for the topics we are discussing this morning.
Can you hear me? Okay, I will send. Okay, first of all, thank you. I'm trying to put my voice down, but something. Is it okay now? Yeah, that was my first intention. Hello, everyone. My name is Maria. I'm coming from Pristina. Currently working as a human rights consultant on different projects in Kosovo and Macedonia as well. So first of all, thank you so much for this very insightful and interesting kind of lecture or information. I would have a question / comment towards Mr. Goran Svelanovic. Even though I'm coming from and living in Pristina, I'm originally from Serbia anyhow, and somehow it's my strong interest what has happened there. And you mentioned that you took some decision, I guess, while you served as a foreign minister, despite the fact that it was not so popular and it was for the general benefit. So we are witnessing, the current situation, and as you have mentioned, chance to repeat this photo that you published in the beginning. So do you think that this kind of the current politicians, which are not able / willing to do something for the sake of well-being of nation, even though can be not re-elected, is the main reason why Serbia, Kosovo, which actually region are in the current situation, not only towards European Union integration, but in general as a state. So it was question. I hope that you understood what was my point, but yeah. So this is it. And just a comment towards so you are not so how to say what has happened in Hungary. You don't expect that something will change. People, of course, know. People knew what happened in Kosovo, in Serbia during the previous government. So you think, even though they are part of European Union, you think that nothing will change in positive way? So can you elaborate, please, about what, and in terms of what we can expect in our region? Thank you so much.
Okay, I am going to rephrase your question, and I will tell you how I understood you. Okay. So my understanding is that you asked me why there are no brave decisions, let's say similar to the decisions I was mentioning are part of my life and the political leadership. At that time, all of us led by Prime Minister Zoran Đinđić. I'm going to be now focused on Serbia. I think it is fair, following also what Nenad was saying. I do agree with the whole analysis you shared with us. I agree with you. And yes, I do think Serbia is central to the developments in this part of the world in the coming years. It is. Territory, number of citizens, so this weight of Serbia, if you are discussing GDP, it's 55%, 55%. So even if I discuss now the upcoming decision, which I fully support, and this is to bring Montenegro in, do not misunderstand me, but I will say it. a good part of the reasoning behind the expected decision of bringing Montenegro in is to send a message to the people of Serbia and then all others, all of us in the region. You see, the process is alive, it is possible, so that we as citizens will turn back towards the leadership and say, okay, what did you do wrong? If they can do it, how come we cannot do it? It's been only several years back when we were discussing that Serbia and Montenegro are neck-to-neck front runners. And now, a few years later, they are getting in and we are nowhere to be seen. Similarly, the question might be raised by the citizens of Albania. It's been only months since they were seen as neck-to-neck, Montenegro and Albania, and now no one is actually discussing Albania seriously. The way they only 1 year back it was discussed. So what happened? So what I'm saying is, I mean, let's be frank, 600,000 people who are already using euros, no one will. And then there is an empty seat, Hannah is missing, and it's the Brexit seat at the table, so why not? They don't have to change anything in the EU to bring Montenegro in, and they will not feel it. But we will feel it, all of us. We will be envious, jealous, and I hope we will turn back to our leaders and say, okay, guys, come on, stop whatever you're doing and focus on the EU. I've said I agree with you, particularly on an analysis you share with us on the sovereignist bloc and what is happening with the leadership and quasi-leadership of the US in this respect. I think our leaders are hedging everything while pretending that they are deepening relationship with the US. As you've said, it's not even tough love, it's wasted investment at the moment. So, but this is hedging in politics, saying, well, I'm always in favor of the Western international community, as we used to say before. You see, we are improving with US, we are doing this with US, we're doing this. But actually, this is only a pretext to hide away from what is the mainstream, and in my eyes, it is only the accession to the EU and the reform processes needed to do it. But my answer to your question is that this is why I've deliberately mentioned Macedonia and the negotiations then on the name. I mean, just go a few years back. What was expected by the people in this country was, and the leadership then, was only to be given a date for negotiations. And this date does not mean tomorrow, did not mean then. It could have been May 1 in 3 years. But give us. And they've not been given that promise. I would say that at that very moment, a decision was made in Belgrade. No way that we're going to do anything when it comes to Kosovo and continue the process which started with the Brussels Agreement. Look, I do have a political position. I support Brussels Agreement. We may disagree, but I do support. I think it was a decision into a right direction.
Small integration, let's say.
True. And then, after seeing that nothing happened, to reciprocate, to praise, to encourage the citizens of Macedonia and the leadership at that moment, I think the decision was made, I am going to do nothing. I don't trust them. They will never do anything. Might be wrong or right. I'm not discussing it. I'm just saying what is the way of thinking of one person deciding. Let's be very frank. It's not a group of people. It's one. And basically, that was a full break on all processes, including democracy, respect for human rights, integration of society, and accession towards the EU. Everything was just decided differently at that very moment. So maybe I'm exaggerating, I admit. But I think that if you look into what's up in Belgrade these days. The expectation you mentioned, Anna, that maybe the things in the region will go differently. As I've used this metaphor half an hour back, saying whether I'd be ready to bet or not, I'm not ready to bet. If you talk privately, change soon in Belgrade, yes or no, I would say, look, I'm busy. I wouldn't put 100 euros. I don't know. We may discuss in more detail, because what is happening in the country, it's a huge movement of young people and pensioners. It's interesting. It's what was left of this class of citizens, middle class, who believed in the changes in 2000, who believed in the EU. Now they are retired, almost retired or retired. So they are supportive, and then you have a gap. Go to Galeria, it's a mall in Belgrade, flashy, huge. You'll see that there is a new elite in the society. We keep forgetting that this government is ruling the country for 14 years. They've managed to recreate completely new scene, new elite of society. There are people who do have money. And as I said, I'm working with the private sector. Private sector is not, at least as yet, betting on a change in Serbia. They're saying nothing. They keep their money. They don't want to take a risk. So I can only hope that we are going to end up in a situation that we do have elections into which we can trust. That's all. I only hope that we will get back to where we were. I thought we were there 2001 and later, that we had elections which were never contested. And all of a sudden we are constantly contesting for a good reason. So I hope that we're going to end up with decent elections, let's say decent elections, and then let us see what do people think. I will stop here because, frankly, I'm rarely speaking in more detail. Are you for students or not? Of course, I am for students and I am for change, but there's so many questions that it is not the moment to raise them now, to ask them now. Where do you go? Is it EU, US, Russia, Turkey? What do you think on Kosovo or not? Or Bosnia, Herzegovina, Republika Srpska? Yes or no? Russia, so many questions. And I think it would be fair not to ask these questions, but just to see what happens in the elections. And I rarely speak because I realize I'm old. I honestly admit I don't know what is happening. These are such a different techniques of managing political process done by these young people that I just stay away. I realize that it's something different. It's something completely new, and whatever I think I know is passé. It's past tense. So let's wait and see who is this generation. What is it they are bringing into society? And then let us see how the country will look like. There will be a change at a certain point. I don't know whether now or in 3 years or in 5 years. There will be a change. But what sort of a change? And how long the process will take to stabilize the country and to refocus. You've said we might have to be refocused on the accession process. I'm Europhile. So if I was in the office today, I would try to drag position of my country to bring together both the US and EU, and if they disagree, then I opt for EU. So this is where I am. This is my political position, and this is how I would be a minister today. So I would go hand in hand with the EU. But being aware that it might be a very different EU in the coming several years, for many reasons. I was following closely Draghi report, and I was publicly saying in Belgrade that I hope there will be Draghi-like report for the Western Balkans. I think we are in need for it. And I know that the private sector would be willing to put the money into this, because development models, including those which were supported by IFIs, World Bank, IMF, European Union, it looks like they're not delivering anymore. And they may not be the best option for a societies, all of our societies. So I would like this rediscussed by experts. So I would be ready to raise money, and I'm positive I can raise money for this thing to be produced, a Draghi-like report for the Western Balkans, in order to discuss what are the development policies needed for the future. I forgot to say a big thank you to the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. They're doing a great job region-wide, and I'm grateful that they've supported this event as well. I think it would be important to have this new guidance. I think there will be a critical role of European Union in these newly designed development policies. Lesson that I've learned, final answer to your question, is I was well paid to be for the 6 years Secretary General of the Regional Cooperation Cooperation Council, promoting regional cooperation, Berlin process, la la la. Lesson I've learned, because this is what was behind. The whole idea was, let's do economy now and leave political difficult issues like independence of Kosovo, yes or no, do you recognize or you do not, etc. Just find political models so we work together, and then we will be able to discuss these political questions later on. Lesson that I've learned is, fine, we are doing economy well. But this did not help us resolve any of the outstanding political issues. They are there, still alive, and use every now and then when there is an interest of political elites to use them. So we do the business. We export a lot to Bosnia and Herzegovina, irrespective of the interesting, tricky position regarding the sovereignty and integrity of the country. But we do the business. Similarly with Kosovo, with one episode during the Haradinaj government, when they introduced sanctions, they didn't want to buy, etc. But we are back to square one almost, so there is a lot of goods, whether you call it export or not. That's political phrasing. Leave it to diplomats, but we are selling goods, and that is what the country cares for. So a lesson I've learned is that increased economic cooperation does not solve political issues. It only parks these issues aside, but the issues will have to be rediscussed, maybe in a better circumstances at a certain point in time, and it will be possible only if we regain our trust that European membership is possible. And in the class, I'll discuss in more detail how do I see the process tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I must explain a little bit more in detail, I would say, what I said. I think that the Hungarians are the first homeopaths, political homeopaths of Europe, because they used the paradigm of homeopathic curing, which I personally don't believe at all, that the similar cures the similar, basically. So, first of all, I don't think that there will be such a big difference between Viktor Orban and Peter Magyar on most of the policies. On some of the policies, of course. Two fundamental are relations towards the EU and constant blocking of the packages whose aim is to sanction Russia. And the second one is probably what also the Hungarian public expects, stopping state capture as a mode of rule. That's very important. You can be sovereignist, anti-migrant, and whatnot, but you have to stop state capture as a mode of ruling. That's probably what, alongside with the economic situation, what Hungarians really were fed up, especially because that state capture is in the Balkans cyclical. What I can correct myself from my previous statement is that in different contexts, what Peter Magyar is planning on doing, or we are expecting that he does, and that's leaking information on different kind of connections, businesses of his predecessor with the region, will not have the same effect in different countries. In Serbia, it's much more sensitive. I would also not bet on anything in Serbia, absolutely. I cannot, I have relatives there, I go there, I can see that half of my family doesn't speak with the other half on political terms, and it's very worrying. And there, it literally happened. And it's generational very much. They are probably promulgating some kind of this risky information or very explosive information might have one effect, where these scales, political scales, are very, I would say, sensitive. In Macedonia, we've known for years which are the portals, which are the TV outlets, where is this fictional company registered, Oliverio, what was it called, who does it sponsor, what's the set of arguments used, what is the whole, I would say, PR framework used to promulgate arguments that are close to that political option, etc., etc. So I really think that nobody will be surprised if anything comes out. We know that, we know, and people are not bothered by that. A huge portion of, especially of ethnic Macedonians, mostly because of the securitization of identity paradigm, have accepted that this is completely fine. It's just another international, how should I say, influence. As much as there is US influence and UK influence and Brussels influence, there can be also Hungarian influence, why not? So it has been normalized to a certain degree, especially during the 10 years of rule of Nikola Gruevski. And now this government will probably, this government has been too short in power to comment anything in regards to their relations to Orban, but Mickoski showed that he's considering Orban his friend. The only normal probably statement when there was change of power in Hungary was by our Minister of Foreign Affairs, who said, okay, welcome, Peter Magyar, we go forward, we hope to cooperate, and that's it. People change, people fall from power. That's what happens. But I don't think that the effect will be even. I think that the overspill effect of what Magyar plans to do, if he at all plans to do that, unless there are some other priorities, won't have the same effect in all societies. For North Macedonia, I expect a very, very small marginal effect, unless there is something really, I would say, of a huge scale, something that's very scandalous, which I never exclude. I always keep the option open to be surprised. Somehow I don't see it in the foreseeable future for now.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, yeah.
I have questions for all three of you. My name is Naum Lokoskek. I'm from the European Policy Institute here in Skopje. I'm not part of the school, but I'm here just for the public event. That's why I want to use the time to ask that question. You mentioned that there is a vacuum of power now left, and I wouldn't say a vacuum, but just an empty space, because vacuum is immediately filled, and this is not filling by anyone. So we have the EU is no longer seen as the great power in the Balkans because they didn't deliver on their promises. The US is not the US anymore, it's a MAGA country now. And Russia is busy in other fields and has no time or maybe interest or money to spend in the Balkans. So how is that place is going to be filled now? Who are the powers now to which our countries can work with in the international community? I would like an answer from the three of you, because you have experience, different kind of experience in the world.
Oh, actually, I find this question easy because I'm very conservative in this respect. And I said it a moment ago. I'd go hand in hand with the European Union. I can tell you a lot of bad things about European Union, and I use this opportunity to bash them. Still, I think that this is option number one, and would always insist on engaging on a technical level when it comes to negotiations. Will insist of using the process to improve situation in the country, irrespective of the end game, whether we will end or not. for me, this would be way to go. I find the United States very important. I wouldn't say that, this is a government which is, yes, of course, there will be by-elections which are going to weaken the president, but I wonder, and I'm not an expert for US political scene, but somehow my impression is that there are deeper changes in the political scene at least. Therefore, even after Trump 2 administration, I think we might see a different US compared to the US 10 or 20 years back. So we need to understand that this is a big change which will influence Euro-Atlantic relationship in years to come. But then I mentioned data, I mentioned AI. They are the player there. So if I try to guess, I believe that we are working, not working, we are just witnessing, global division which will be the US and China. Therefore, it will be very much about technologies. And of course, then I would opt for US, but it would be always easier for us in this part of the world to work closely with the EU and then try to influence our own position with them. Therefore, I would go for Montenegrin model, focus. I like the phrase you've used, Nenad, quoting President Milatovic. Actually, when they won elections in Montenegro, I was formally advisor to then a minister Spajic, who actually was a minister of finance. So this is how I met both of them. Now he's prime minister, Milatovic is president. They don't like each other. They have so many, but that's life in politics. While when they were introduced to me, Spajic was introducing then Milatovic, who was fellow minister of economy, saying, "This is my best friend." That's life. And it was only several years back, during Corona. But that's life. Anyhow, I have a respect for both personalities, but I would go that way. So my problem, I see that there are influences around Montenegro and on Montenegro. That is a problem. There are so many people who hope that they will fail and that the process will fail, which will then in return prove their position, which is at the moment skeptical towards the accession and everything. But I hope they will achieve their goal, which will be beneficial for what I'm saying. This is being conservative. This is me conservative. Sticking to a path when, in my career, it means since 2000, go for the EU, work with the EU. If possible, bring the country into the NATO. It looks like it may not be possible at the moment, but still work hand in hand towards this goal. All others are welcome partners and not more than that. But at the moment, we have a different situation region-wide. China is very high. Russia in some areas, energy, security issues. Israel is all around when it comes to cybersecurity. So this is what I said in my first or second sentence, it's different world. And it's not easy to organize, to find your place. So I picked the easiest choice, EU and then hand in hand. They will change, we will be changing together with them. That's it.
Thank you now for the question. As we saw last 2 days, my dear colleague, Russia is never too busy, obviously, as you said. Although I'm being ironical, of course, it's not as interested as it probably would have been in other situations, being preoccupied with other issues. When it comes to the political void, to the political empty space, I'm not a physician to precisely tell the difference between empty space and vacuum, but okay, let's say it's a political empty space. I would accept that intervention. Will be probably filled by local political elites, and now is the ideal time to pretend that we make the decisions or internalize politics in a way, because there are no interested third sides or outsiders to influence or interfere. And this is probably the honeymoon of that kind of politics, which will end at some point. It will end at some point. There are always regional powers that can fill this void, And I'm a part of a Horizon 2020 project that very studiously and in detail evaluates which of the regional powers, which of the world powers can fill that blank space, and there is an answer to that, but I'll keep it to myself for the time being. I don't think that it would be too brave to predict, so to say. But at some point, we'll have to turn back to the EU story because, you know, okay, the previous government made a lot of mistakes. Okay, it fell from power because of those mistakes. Okay, I accept that. Until that point, it's a valid argument. Okay, now you have the opportunity to show how it should be done because you have another bilateral issue open. Now show us how it is to be done and stay in power. It won't happen. We are all here aware that it won't happen. That process will go nowhere for many reasons that we don't have time to elaborate. But in general, Ukraine will finish one day. The EU at least got a huge lesson from what happened and is trying to consolidate from a long slumber, I would say, a 50, 60, 70-year slumber, which is a good process. The US, as much as you want to give them space, as much as you want to reach out, as much as you want them to influence in the way they influenced previously, in online with some consolidation of the country and helping the country and whatnot, that's a failed investment. It won't happen. Not under this president. Maybe in some. So I agree with the minister, with Minister Svilanovic. The only option we have is at the end of the day again EU. With all the imperfection it has, with all the injustice it has done to us, with everything that is completely imperfect. Because every other option is not viable, and I don't even I don't think that there is a political elite that believes that there is a more viable options. It's just a matter of how you play it.
Okay, I'm afraid that we are slightly running out of time. No, but it's quite natural to open and to close the session. I will refer only slightly and briefly on one aspect of your question, although it was envisaged that I should be more moderator than participant. And very shortly, you have asked about the eventual options if the traditional, let's name them, like the traditional options in the Western Alliance are not anymore on the plate. My political option for the whole of my political life has always been United States and European Union. With this type of United States, you said another country, that's a different country. With Trump at the top, my only political option right now will be European Union, period. But the next question is who is going to fill the void, because there is nothing like strategic void in any region or on any continent. If some people are going, some countries are leaving, then somebody else will fill that space. Do not forget that there are already other geostrategic players which are for years back present in the Western Balkan region. In the first place, Turkey, China, and the Gulf states. And as far as I can see, all regional elites, but all in the Western Balkan, these countries and organizations, and speaking about the Gulf Cooperation Council, are preferred option for them. Why? Because they are not imposing any preconditions for cooperation. They are not asking, any of them, China, Turkey, they are not asking for the rule of law, for the media freedom. They are not speaking about ticking the boxes and speaking about the chapters and how you should advance there and here. So that's the reason why China is more present in the Western Balkan region in the economic terms than in the rest of Europe. That's a little known fact, apart from Greece. Emirates, United Arab Emirates, are more present in the region than anywhere else on the continent. And of course, Turkey is here to stay. In the first 10 years of Macedonian independence, we have the biggest investors coming from Greece. In the last 10 to 12 years, the biggest investors and the trade partners for our country, I'm not saying that's bad, but are Turkish companies. So there are already other strategic players, and Turkey is not a small country, China as well. So do not have any doubt. There are going to be other actors who will fill the void, even if European Union, out of internal contradictions and lack of strategic vision, will not be present in the next decade in the region. Some people are begging for coffee.
We get one more question from the audience on the stream. Actually, it's one of the participants in the school,
Yeah.
and it's towards Mr. Svilanovic shortly. As Bosnia and Herzegovina advances on its European path, debates on the southern interconnection, territorial reorganization, and the idea of a third entity continue to resurface. Where do you see the line between legitimate political debate and narratives that risks destabilizing the country?
I want to add something up. I'm Thea, I'm a journalist from Telma, and previously, 2 days ago, 1 day ago, we can see here in North Macedonia with the leaking of information from the cabinet, from the president of the country, the speculations and information around that. So I want to add the question up. What is your opinion about that?
No, for that you will invite me for the interview. Not here on the panel. No.
As far as, look, I think, first of all, I will have 1 hour with you, and I think it would be fair to answer the question there. So, only yesterday I had a discussion in Sarajevo on Southern Interconnection and the resignation of OHR. So I know details, and I will not share every detail, but you will get an answer from me on that. Thank you.
Oh, okay, hello. I think everyone's here. Hello, I feel like a teacher. Hello, class. Listen up. Obviously, I've presented a bit about this already, but I'll talk to you in a bit more detail, and I really want to kind of make this interactive as well. I really want to hear what you think and kind of your perspective on how this resonates and what you see as the potential barriers here as well of taking this kind of approach, if you think it's a good approach to take, which also I'm open to hearing views on. So, as I mentioned today, I'm from Demos. I won't go through the explanation of Demos again, as I'm assuming you were there in the meeting this morning. But it's maybe just useful to say kind of my route into Demos and in this world. I am born and raised in London, as I mentioned. My parents are from various countries all around ex-Yugoslavia, and I decided at university that I wanted to study another complicated region, the Middle East, and then I did my master's in conflict resolution in divided societies for obvious reasons, maybe my own experience of such societies. And then I went into something a bit different. I went to research and kind of working in a research consultancy and doing research for different clients, mostly on kind of social policy topics. But that's where I was exposed to deliberative methods, which is what I'm passionate about and going to talk about here. But essentially there, what you're doing is you're running these deliberative processes for a client. You don't really have a say on the outcomes and how they get turned into real inputs into decision making, which, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the really key questions. And so I decided then that I wanted to work more on that, and both doing these processes, but also telling policymakers in the UK, this is why we should be doing this, making the case for it. And so as I talk through today, everything I'm saying is informed by our work with UK policymakers and kind of trying to understand what's the best argument for them. I feel like there's a bit of feedback and I have no idea what to do about that. Maybe I just move this away and speak loudly. Tell me if you can't hear me. So like there's kind of moral arguments, I guess, for these kinds of approaches, and that it's just good in and of itself. But then there's also really practical ones, which are often the ones that policymakers want to hear. And so, yeah, again, something I'd be interested in hearing any thoughts on. So, as I mentioned before, there's lots of things we work on, and I'm going to talk about WAVE specifically, but I'm really happy in questions or just in breaks and stuff to talk about our other work if you're interested. But what I want to talk about here is what do I mean by this kind of idea of deliberative democracy and meaningful public participation. I've talked a bit about the why we care about this stuff, but I'll go into a bit more detail, and then I'll talk about WAVES. Obviously, I've introduced it quite a bit, but a bit more detail, and really wanting to hear kind of any thoughts and questions that you have. And then we might want to reflect on how that might work here, and I know that there have been the various deliberative kind of processes here, as I mentioned, but we can talk about WAVE specifically, we can talk about deliberation in general, participation in general. I want to make sure that, given this, as I said, I'm not a Western Balkans expert, so I really want to also hear from you and kind of have that dialogue, I guess, as part of this. So there will be time for questions at the end, but there'll also be a few interactive bits that I'll attempt to get us using a tech tool for, very fittingly. So I just want to start by getting a sense in the room of how familiar people are with what I'm talking about here, with participatory and deliberative kind of democracy approaches. I know that at least some people are very familiar. I want to start by trying to take a poll of the room to just prove how much I love this stuff. I'm going to get up on the screen a QR code that I want everyone to scan, and it's really easy. You just scan the QR code, or you go onto that website and type that code, and there will be a little scale asking you how familiar you are with this, and that will help me kind of pitch the conversation. I don't want to be saying loads of stuff that everyone knows, but I also don't want to be assuming loads of stuff, so it's not a test, and I'm pretty sure it's anonymous, so I don't care. I won't be checking. But yeah, I'll give everyone a minute to get onto that. I think most people have responded, but I'll let people finish up. Okay, 2 more people left to respond, apparently. Oh, the numbers are rising. Okay, we've got 17 of 17. I don't know if that's the number here, but I'm going to take that as the number. So most people know quite a lot about it. Only 1 person says they don't know about it. 3 have been involved in it. 3 know little. Okay, is that useful really? Because that doesn't necessarily help me, but it does give me a sense of who's in the room, and just making sure that, particularly for the person who shall not be named, who doesn't know about it, to make sure. Okay, you've named yourself. Cool. So that's useful to know, actually, because most of the people in this school, or whatever it's called, cohort, do know about it. Even if you do know about it, I think I find this quite a helpful way to conceptualize sort of participatory democracy. So this is sort of the idea that there's a spectrum of ways you could involve the public on something. So starting on the left with sort of informing the public, so you're just telling them this thing's happening, communications, basically. Then you could consult on them, so you're getting their kind of, you're saying, you know, here's the thing, what do you think? And then there's the bit in red, which is what we define as kind of participatory approaches, which is much more kind of in-depth. Like, you're actually involving them throughout the process. There's not like a thing that you're consulting on. They are part of creating the thing with you. So there's kind of involve and collaborate, which is sort of similar. I think collaborate is a bit more of a kind of co-design type approach, whereas involve is a bit less kind of involved, but still, involve is less involved, but still about like really involving people genuinely through the process and giving them a genuine chance to be heard. The final kind of one there is empowering, like final decision making is in the hands of the public. That's not necessarily in scope, I would say. That's not what we talk about, and I'll get to it, but one of the concerns that comes up a lot in the UK from politicians is, you know, how does that work with representative democracy, right? We've been elected as representatives. You know, we don't want this to kind of be taken away from that. So we try to create, at least the way that we talk about it, a system that works within representative democracy too. So I'll just go through this kind of very quickly because I also mentioned this earlier, but key features are of deliberative methods, which are kind of part of participatory practices, and some of the kind of most famous, I suppose, or most used types. So, you know, broadly representative people in the room, so not self-selecting, getting access to expertise that's balanced and independent, discussing with people, talking about trade-offs, identifying areas of consensus. And I find this a helpful way to think about it, that in the UK, like polling and focus groups are used a lot by policymakers, by government. They're kind of obsessed with it, I'd say, and you know, trying to kind of appease what the views of the public are. But those views are just like what people's knee-jerk reactions, their top-of-mind responses. If you ask me right now, it's a snapshot of kind of what I think, which is useful in certain circumstances, but deliberation is different. And so it's about actually getting to kind of considered collective conclusions through a process rather than what do I think right now. And the other point is that it's connected into decision-making in some way. It's connected into power in some way. There is, you know, the outputs have real meaning in that way. So that's how those are different. And we'll get on to why that confusion also is one of the barriers for policymakers too, that we find. So citizens' assemblies are the most famous example really of deliberative methods, and some have been involved in them here. I just wanted to give one example from near the UK, and then one example from the Balkans. I haven't been involved in either of these, so I'm not an expert on it, but one really famous example we talk about a lot in the UK is Ireland. And they had some famous citizens' assemblies. So one was on abortion, a very, as you can imagine, sensitive topic, a topic that had been politically stuck for decades. Politicians were too afraid to touch it, you know, like people are going to be really angry one way or another. It's also a moral issue, so there's not necessarily a right or wrong, there's not a technocratic answer to this. It's kind of like, what do you ethically think about it? And so all of those features make it a really good one for deliberation. And what happened was that while the people in the room broadly represented the population in terms of having different views on abortion, by the end of it, the majority, I think it was around 60-something%, voted to say, we think that abortion should be legalized. So a massive change. And then what happened was after that there was a referendum, and actually pretty much exactly the same percentage of people in the referendum voted yes, it should be legalized, which was surprising to a lot of people because it was really divided kind of debate. And you know, people often point to this as an example of, yes, those people were a small group and you know they had gone through this whole process, but they actually were quite well representing the views of the broader public. There's also research that shows that people who knew that the assembly had happened were more likely to take part in the referendum, kind of feeling more engaged because they felt like people were actually being listened to, and also more likely to vote yes, so more likely to kind of say, actually, they've come to this conclusion, I think that's a sensible conclusion too. And then an example here, I believe this is the first citizens' assembly in the Balkans, was the one in Mostar, which some of you may be familiar with, in 2021. And this topic was decided with citizens on the cleanliness of public spaces, which appears to be a less controversial topic than abortion, although I'm sure people have many views on them. But obviously I think a lot of the controversy around this was just even the idea in a city where that had gone 12 years without local elections to have this discussion, to kind of, the idea of coming to consensus, especially across ethno-national divides, all, on any topic, right, feels controversial, but they did, and they came up with recommendations. The city council had an action plan to say they would implement all the recommendations. I know they have implemented some, the extent to which they've implemented all, some may know in this room. I was having a look online, and they published this tracker to sort of track like which recommendations had been taken on, which is great. But when I clicked the link to the tracker, it was gone. So that feels like a bit of foreshadowing to what I'm going to talk about, some of the problems here. But yeah, those are, I guess the point here really is, here's what it can look like. And it is already happening here, and it is happening in kind of the UK to some extent, but actually not, as you'll see, say with the Mostar example, it's often happening on a local government level, much more than a national level, I think, in these places that aren't taking it on fully, like Ireland, which is quite an interesting sort of thing to reflect on why that is. So, why do we say these are good? Why do we advocate for these? I'd be interested by starting with, again, doing, using Mentimeter to just get a sense of, and this is a really incredibly hard task, I realise, but I like the idea of putting together a word cloud on this, which means you can only do like a few words to describe this massive question, which is, what do you see as the key challenges facing democracy in the Western Balkans? So let's give it a go. If you can, just 3 words, so you can put in like 1 word at a time, you'll see. It's the same link if you already have it open, it should just come up automatically. You may need to open it again. And yeah, it should just prompt you to put in words. Just really like, top of mind, what are the key challenges in your, in your head. Well, it's meant to be a word at a time, which is, I think, looking at the sizes of these bubbles, not what's happened. But that is okay. We will work it out. It's okay not to be perfect. Okay, so I'm going to start showing the responses, and I think you can still add questions. So, corruption coming up very big. I can see as well people who are putting in more than 1 word, that there was like corruption coming out of those 2. Authoritarianism, clientelism, polarization, disillusioned. And then what else do we have? Few things, the lack of it, that's good. So some sort of similar ones as well. A few things on like, disillusioned, people stopped caring, disengagement. I'd love to hear from people kind of, beyond these words. Why do you think these are the words that are coming up?
I want to
Yeah.
How corruption's in the middle.
Yeah. And why do you think it is?
Corruption here is horizontal,
Yeah.
so everybody has access to it. We can solve our issues very easily, rather than in the UK or the US, where it's only reserved for the rich and famous.
Yeah.
That's democracy, at least.
I have heard that argument. I have heard that
Corruption
argument.
here is democratic.
Yeah. I listened to a stand-up comedian recently from Sri Lanka who was saying exactly that. He was saying, corruption's bad, but also now I have to, like, they've reformed and stuff, and now I have to actually wait in line for my passport and all of that stuff. So. Yeah, does anyone want to share anything about...
Corruption is bad if only I'm not involved with it. You know, the African leader who says corruption is bad if I'm not involved in it.
Yeah.
If I'm involved in it, I will protect it. That is the Balkan, I think, mentality of the world.
Yeah.
I think we're used to it,
Mm.
and we're so much used to it that maybe we're at the point we don't know how to change it.
Mm.
Maybe we know, but we don't have enough of will
Mm.
to change that.
Yeah.
We don't have power.
Don't have power to change it, yeah. What about, I mean, we also had clientelism, authoritarianism, polarization, disillusioned, nepotism, yeah. Anyone want to share anything? You don't have to. I'm very comfortable sitting in silence, by the way, because I facilitate a lot of things and I just sit there until someone speaks, so you won't freak me out with silence. Okay, sufficient silence. Let's move on. But that's really interesting to hear because I think, you know, there's obviously ways in which it's quite different to the UK, but I think, you know, my sense is that why we're really concerned in the UK about where we're getting to is that some of these things are feeling more real, and we're seeing it around the world, right? And so increasingly democratic backsliding, and so we don't want to become that. And of course, that means that anywhere that is experiencing those things already is a very good candidate for these kinds of ideas already. So this is kind of how we talk about the UK democratic emergency. So I just thought it might be useful to outline that and just understand if anything resonates here with you. We've talked already about these points really. So, you know, there's this declining public trust in politicians and political institutions. And then there's political polarization. So, you know, we've seen the rise of populist parties and fragmentation in that way. So way more kind of parties. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I'll show you kind of what I think, or what we think at Demos that it's leading to. We also see polarization in the sense of a rise of abuse of politicians, like just really people not, that lack of trust is leading to people not engaging in a way that they feel like politicians have their best interests at heart, whether that's right or wrong. Abuse is not usually the best way to kind of express that. And we had some sort of high-profile kind of murders of MPs as well a few years ago too. And then political disengagement, so often people's response to a lack of trust is just disengage, right? So there have been instances of low voter turnout, but it's interesting actually because things are changing, at least currently, where some of those populist parties are really grabbing the attention of people who don't usually vote, and they're kind of bringing them out. And so there's also an argument to say, is that actually, you know, kind of showing more democratic engagement? Not in my favorite way, but yeah, it's an interesting question there, I think. So what we talk about is democratic doom loop as a result of this. So because of all of these factors, essentially the government is becoming kind of paralyzed because it's trying to sort of do things in a way that's popular because it wants to get voted back in. And so all of this is meaning it's kind of ending up not really saying anything very interesting at all and not offering a bold vision because it doesn't feel like it has a space to do that. You kind of need to feel, I guess, like people trust you and might go along the journey with you to feel like you can do that. And so as a result of that, for people's lives, government isn't necessarily changing their lives. They're not seeing that improvement. And then there's a loop where, therefore, they're still kind of going to be even more distrustful, even more polarized, even more disengaged. And that's all fueled by, I mentioned earlier, kind of the threats to epistemic security, things like misinformation. There was a really interesting study done that found, so you know, if you remember, there was a blackout in Iran, an internet blackout, and they found that mysteriously loads of profiles talking about Scottish independence like disappeared and stopped talking in that period. And through that blackout, they found out that around a quarter of profiles talking about Scottish independence like were from Iran, you know, basically peddling misinformation rather than actual people there. So we're contending with this stuff where there's polarization that's real, but there's also polarization that isn't real that's just being fueled by others and therefore further fueling polarization. And so what we say is we want an upgraded democracy, therefore, that's powered by trusting relationships, information and technology, fit for our times. We talk about delivering this through a New Deal for citizens, that's kind of repairing not only relationships between citizens and state and institutions, but also between citizens too, which I'm sure is something that also would be useful here. And we see kind of participatory and deliberative approaches as one of the ways to achieve this, but certainly not the only way. It's definitely what I focus on though in my work. And therefore that there's a hope loop. So there can be a bold new vision that has created in partnership with citizens and actually improves everyday life of citizens, because if you actually listen to people, you might kind of know what might improve their lives. As a result, people's kind of trust grows, people start to engage more, government is even more kind of bolstered by this and feels even more resilient, innovative. And really key is that not only do people trust the government trusts people. So there's this quote that Audrey Tang, who is sort of one of the really leading people in the participatory space from Taiwan, they've done some really cool stuff there. She uses this quote a lot from a Chinese philosopher, which is to give no trust is to get no trust. And I think there's something really strong in that here in terms of the relationship between state and citizen. So, the way that we kind of make the case for why this is an important thing is, as I say, really trying to work out what's going to be most appealing to policymakers, as well as what we think is correct too. You know, one of the key things is that we feel it builds greater legitimacy for solutions. So, for example, in Switzerland, where they have like quite direct democracy approaches, there's higher tax compliance, or at least in some areas. And so the argument is that like if you kind of are more involved in policymaking, you're actually more likely to support, actually I can see where my taxes are going to, I can see that there's a reason for me to do this thing. If you feel like policymaking is something really far away from you and you're not involved at all, then you know, why even care where your taxes go to? You have no idea. And there's similar studies around kind of places that do participatory budgeting, which is kind of a way of bringing people into giving people a say on how budgets are allocated as well. People are often much more likely to say, actually, now that I've seen how tight budgets are and how hard these decisions are, and I have a say, I'm happy to pay more tax so that we can kind of enable more of the stuff that we've collectively decided. So it can really bring people along, which is obviously crucial for democracy. And in doing so, lots of evidence that these processes build trust in politics and institutions from those who take part. And we also argue that it makes the policies themselves better because you're actually real-world proofing them, you're speaking to the people who will actually be impacted by these policies, and so you're much more likely to identify early on what might be the kind of issues later down the line of this policy. We see all the time in the UK, and I don't know how kind of common this is here, we talk a lot about U-turns, like, you know, people kind of just completely change and cancel the policy they started, I guess, because once that policy comes in contact with reality, it fails. You know, there's some unintended consequence they didn't think about because they made it in a room by themselves rather than by kind of bringing in more people. And there's like real actual fiscal costs as well as like trust costs of that. And then finally, you know, there are specific issues that this is particularly really useful for. And perhaps specific contexts I would add if I'm thinking about, you know, that Mostard example where maybe the issue wasn't divisive, but certainly just the context is. So I mentioned that we're doing work on immigration, which is a really divisive issue in the UK and has a lot of toxic debate around it. There's also politically stuck issues. I mentioned kind of abortion, but, you know, there's also things that one of the topics that we're looking at with Waves is one, it's around, we call it adult social care, which is basically kind of care for adults as they age or who have like care needs. And this is something that has become, there's just not been any reform in this space essentially because it's too expensive to now change it. And so you really need political buy-in from people if they're going to be paying their taxes more and you want them to trust them more if you're going to be doing this kind of thing. So yeah, these are kind of the three key areas for us. And as I say, really aimed at like what we hear from policymakers is appealing, which ultimately is what we need to do, right? Because as I mentioned, we need their buy-in in order for the outputs of this to be really meaningful. So that's our end goal, is that people actually get listened to. So I'm sure you're all saying, this is so great, Hannah. Why aren't we all doing this? So some of the key barriers that we hear, and I'm sure you have your own thoughts, and I'll ask later actually about this, I'm interested to hear, but some of the key barriers in the UK at least, really simple one is kind of lack of capability, capacity, resources. I mentioned about these taking time and you know, space, money, but also people don't necessarily know what this is, they don't have the skills, you know, loads of reasons why people aren't doing it. Ultimately, though, I do think the political argument is the key one, because if you can make the political argument, it unlocks the resources. You know, there trade-offs are made all the time about how resources are spent. And, you know, we would also argue that this is an investment because it might avoid costs later down the line. And, you know, there's various arguments you can make in that sense. But I would say the kind of political buy-in is really the key issue. What we really don't want is to be doing, and has certainly happened in many cases around the world, is that lots of these things happen and then nothing comes of it as a result. That's going to be even more damaging for trust. So some of the reasons why we see this is there's this interesting kind of thing where politicians often feel like they already know what the public think, which, you know, to some extent is true. So, you know, say you're a member of parliament and you walk around your constituency and you speak to people, you do have a bit of a sense of what people on the ground think. And when you're campaigning, you're knocking on doors and stuff like that. And you also do polling and focus groups, and you feel like you hear from people. And they do, but as I've mentioned before, often it's not from, firstly, it's like, I guess, more self-selecting group or a really small sample of people. It's not from like majority, you know, most people aren't engaging with their members of parliament, for example, in this way. And the second part is it's often just what they think in that moment, slightly different to what they think if they take part in a kind of deliberative process, and kind of how that shapes where they get to, which is usually much more nuanced and actually acknowledges trade-offs rather than just a wish list of here's everything I kind of want for the government to do. And so that's a blocker, right? They're like, why do I need to hear more, you know, of what the public think? I know this already. I mentioned a bit before about this, you know, very serious concern that is like, does this undermine representative democracy? In the UK, we obviously have a very long tradition of representative democracy. And I think, interestingly, I don't know if others would agree with this, that actually that long-standing tradition makes it a lot harder to change. Actually, people are really, you know, what's it called, like committed to the way things run now and have been running for centuries, and it's really hard to change that. I wonder whether in the region where democracy is newer, whether there's actually maybe more space for innovation. I'd be interested to hear what people think about that. But certainly this is a concern, right? You know, there's questions around, okay, but I've been elected, so I already have my democratic mandate, why do I need more? Or, okay, if I do this thing, I'll still have to be accountable, not the people who took part. I think these are all very serious and like reasonable concerns to raise. Our argument is that this fits within representative democracy. Yes, you're still the elected representative. You still get to make the decision at the end of the day, but you're just informed by a much better, richer kind of sense of what the public think. And yeah, the policy is all the better for it, and it should have more support in that way. And then finally, kind of this point that the links to the doom loop thing, essentially, I don't know how much this resonates here, but just a lot of risk aversion, you know, for this thing. I'm sure that's true of politicians around the world, right? You know, they're just, what if it goes wrong? And it's very new, and it's not how we do things. And, you know, with these processes, what does that mean for the other people in the electorate who haven't taken part in it, which I think is a very valid question, and one that we try to address with Waves. But so finally, there's, you know, lots of people also just don't know what this is, but there are also, you know, very valid methodological questions to raise about making sure it's really high quality. So is the expertise actually independent? Is the group actually kind of broadly representative and not self-selecting? You know, when it comes to using tech, like with Waves, how do we deal with people who, you know, don't know how to use tech? You know, loads of like good methodological skepticism points, but I think those can all be addressed really. There's people are thinking about these things all the time, including us. But that brings me to Waves really, because I think one of the key bits of skepticism around the method is by taking part in this process in a way, participants become no longer representative of the population because they've taken part in this, because most people wouldn't take part in something like this. And so how do you link that up with the rest of the population? And for me, that's one of the really key motivators for Waves or processes like this and the scale. So this is a slightly different slide to the one I presented before, but essentially the same points, which is a few kind of key challenges that our local government's facing. I talked about kind of really big funding cuts, rising demand for services, and you know, they're hearing there's some particularly controversial policy areas that local government gets really strong public backlash from a specific group, so really loud voices who are kind of really sharing their views. So for example, on house building, there's a lot of controversy around this, mostly from people who own homes and would not benefit from house prices declining by building more houses, or from, there's a lot of controversy around low traffic neighborhoods, as they're called. I don't know if anyone's heard about like this sort of conspiracy theories in this area, but essentially, you know, local government is facing backlash in a lot of areas, and only a quarter of residents feel like they can influence decisions affecting their local area. So most people don't feel, despite the fact there is some engagement going on, that they're being really properly engaged or listened to. So I talked a bit about that earlier already, so I won't go through that. And this is a slightly different slide from the one before, but essentially making the same point. So that there is a solution, which is deliberation, and there is clear evidence that it works, but the problem is expensive, time-consuming, hard to scale. That's where Waves comes in. And this is less of an exciting moment now because I've already explained what Waves is. So it's not, you know, the big bombshell that it really should be. But yeah, I've talked through kind of Waves and the process. Let me just see on this slide if there's anything else that'd be useful to bring out. I think probably this is the new slide that I haven't presented that's maybe useful to touch on a bit, because you know, I haven't talked as much about the technology, which obviously is a really key part of this. That is the enabler for the scaling. So we have worked with a number of different platforms, as I mentioned before, and they're really, you know, specifically made for democratic participation and deliberation. and there's various ways that they kind of help. One is, one that will be familiar to everyone, I think, which is that AI is great for analysis. It's great for making sense of a lot of information. So, your usual kind of AI that you might use, like ChatGPT or whatever, might be able to do that, summarize information, large data sets. That cuts down time massively. But some of the kind of AI tools that we work with are also specifically kind of trained to thinking about is not the right word, but to work on consensus and disagreement. Because, as I talked about before, consensus is a key aspect of this deliberation, right? How can we find common ground between this group of different people on this issue? And the AI tools that we work with are really good at bringing out what do people agree on, what do people disagree on. So, for example, the CrownShy tool, it's a version, or it builds on a tool called Polis that some of you who've been in this space might be aware of. Essentially, it's just a tool. Polis is actually a free tool, really basic. You ask a question, or you have a sort of, introduction there, and you get people to share statements on that question, and they can vote, agree, disagree, or unsure on the other statements that other people have brought in. And so you're sharing your own views, but you're also voting on other people's. And so the idea is that the algorithm kind of starts to make sense of what are the areas of consensus and disagreement. And it starts to kind of bring to the top, so more people vote on the ones that kind of have more consensus. And as the idea is that you get people to kind of log on a few times and come back and see what's changed, and they start to kind of moderate their statements. And we saw this, we've just done phase 1, which we use this for in one of our trials. And, the statements start to become more nuanced because they start to kind of think about all these different things that are already coming out of the conversation. And what you end up with is a bunch of kind of AI analysis on, what are the areas of consensus and disagreement, but also what are the clusters of views. So there are some groups that have this view because they mostly agree with these kinds of statements. Some groups have this view because they mostly agree with this kind of statement, and how do they differ? So that's, part of that first phase. We are, in this trial that we're running now, for example, about to go into phase 2, which is the deep deliberation that I mentioned. And so what we're going to do is share back what people said, but get them to actually work through it now in more detail with access to expertise and more time and being paid to take part and all of that sort of usual deliberative stuff. So analysis is a really key part of the kind of tech and the AI. And then tech and AI is also really important for the delivery. We really are kind of early, we meaning the whole democratic innovation space, we're not there yet, basically, in terms of where the AI will and could take us on some of this stuff. But currently, AI and tech can help a bit with facilitating the conversations themselves. So, for example, the Frankly tool that we're going to be using in phase 2 enables us, as if we were on a kind of Zoom call, to do lots of different breakout rooms. But unlike on a Zoom call, if I've done lots of kind of deliberations on Zoom calls and online, unlike on that, you don't have to have a facilitator guiding the discussion in each breakout room, which is the bit that takes up a lot of staff time, right? In this way, actually people are guided through the conversation, and they have some prompts and nudges. So, for example, they'll be nudged if they haven't spoken for a while, or if they are speaking too much. So there's sort of a bit of a facilitation aspect. We're not there yet, as I say, in terms of there being a full kind of AI facilitation, but lots of people are kind of working on that. Those who are familiar with these processes will know more what I'm talking about here. But essentially, that's an aim to get to somewhere if we can, and if we think it works, and if we think it's good, and we're not losing too much of the kind of value of facilitators, then we can really scale it up, right? You're still having to pay participants to take part, so that does have a budgetary limit, but if you don't need staff in every single room, that can really help scale these things up. And DemBrain is an AI analysis tool, so that's working with Frankly to kind of make sense of those conversations. And as I said, it's really trained up to work on deliberative conversation. So it's really good at getting the kinds of outputs we're interested in. So this is the first trial that we've now completed. It was in Camden Council, a council in London, and this was on adult social care, as I mentioned. One of my concerns was by making it all online and using tech that we'd lose some of that kind of human aspect of doing stuff in person. And I think there's a trade-off here, of course, and you can't, like the human aspect is, you can't replace it, but people really did actually still bond and really, come up with great outputs and come to consensus and all of that. And so I think that for scaling, I do think it is worth it. To have things online. You do have to kind of provide some support to participants who are less confident with tech to kind of understand it. So that's definitely another trade-off, that you do have to invest that time, I guess, but the idea is, I suppose, you're overall saving time. And one of the things Camden was really happy with was that of the people that took part, it was, around half the people had never engaged with them before, which is one of the things they really wanted to see. It was like, can we engage not just with more people, but like different people? And also around half didn't have any experience of adult social care, which was another key thing they're interested in, because, as I kind of talked about earlier, generally it's people who have experience of that kind of talk to them about it. So we were genuinely involving people who were different to who they usually involve. Yeah. No, we decided the topic. So, and by we actually, I mean the council, so the local authority, not us. So that's a really key thing. So on this diagram, the green is meant to be the council-led bits, red is citizen-led, and blue is the kind of AI-enabled platform. So at the start, it needs to be led by the council. We tried to input into it to try to make it as meaningful as possible, make the question as open and meaningful as possible. But yeah, that has to come, I think, from the council. I mean, not always, but we need to have their support and commitment to it at least.
So after having the answers, you need to humanize it, to which it's not look like that is used AI. That are involved in AI tools, that people can see that.
Well, I mean, because it is actual people getting involved, it's, there are things that come out of it feel human, because they've come out of what people have said. But yes, we also do sense check the AI. We do add a human.
You put a filter after it, like a human filter.
Yeah, exactly. So we spent some time kind of checking the analysis, and yeah, we were definitely involved in the process. So there is a human element, especially for now, right? Because the AI isn't quite there yet that we can remove human checks.
Yeah, but from an ethic perspective, is it ethical to use this kind of tools, or how is the transparency involved in all of this process?
So, do you mean to people who are taking part, or just anyone, like residents?
Anyone and the final result.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're completely transparent about what tools we're using, how AI is used within them. People consent to that at the start, or if they don't consent, they don't take part. So everyone is aware and happy with that. And yeah, we're transparent about that. So there's a page on the council website explaining kind of how AI is used and all of that. Whether it's ethical is a subjective question, right? That we've done a lot of work. So we have an independent AI ethics board who have been working with lots of AI ethics experts in the UK to sort of oversee the AI aspect of it and to kind of agree what do we think is an ethical approach here.
Yeah, but if you're transparent, I think it's ethical enough so people know that there is AI involved in the process, and if I know it, it's totally fair for me, but if I don't know it, it's that's the...
And the other thing that's useful maybe to say as well is about these tools is we're not just going with any tools. We are also trying to use what we see as more ethical tools. So one thing that we see as more ethical is them being open source. I'm not, by the way, an AI expert, but so don't ask me too many deep questions about AI, but you can try. But yeah, open source means, you know, they're publishing transparently what their code is and how their algorithms work, so anyone can see that. Anyone can also potentially use it as well. So that's one thing that we think is good for the ethics, as well as kind of making sure that it's closed in the sense that it's not being trained on, like their data isn't being used to train sort of like other AI, like, you know, it's not like ChatGPT is taking their data and taking it away. So that's also another aspect of it that increases the ethics.
Sorry,
Yeah.
when it comes to AI using especially this, there is the only document issue related to AI, it's Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence. So it doesn't regulate from technical point of view, meaning that, but it regulates exactly what she mentioned, what is moral, what is not moral. So if I'm not mistaken, Great Britain is also part of Council of Europe, so it's obliged to adopt everything comes from the document. So everything is clear, but now depends on the certain states whether they will accept or no regulations related to artificial intelligence. So there is just one document. It's linked more or less to, not more or less, direct to human dignity, to human rights, human dignity, and the three generation of human rights. But there is, and now, okay, recently, and also there is it's recently adopted, and everything is clear. By the way, the Great Britain is one of the states with the biggest number of cases in front of European Court of Human Rights. So yeah, that's true. I was also shocked, but in terms of AI and moral, what is moral, what is not moral, it's pretty much clear. And also, when it comes to AI, I have to mention currently in Kosovo, which is not the rare case, we have again elections. Probably you've heard about that, but this time AI it's completely misused. It's completely misused, and the fact that Kosovo is not the member states of Council of Europe, it's up to and there is no domestic legislation, there is no way how to prevent. But for the first time, I'm scared from AI. What political party do with those tools.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, we definitely have our, despite kind of, as you be having those regulations and everything, how it's actually applied, right, is always the difficult thing. And we've just published some research that I wasn't working on, but my colleagues were working on about how chatbots were used, like AI chatbots were used in the Scottish elections, and kind of finding that around like 30% of the use cases that they tested were like misinformation, basically. Like it was either getting the date of the kind of elections wrong, or like the political parties, or like hallucinating scandals. So like even though we are regulated by that, there's a lot of problems with how it actually plays out in practice. And the other issue is that it's changing all the time. I mean, we started Waves around a year ago now. AI has massively changed since then, and we're using new tech tools because they now exist and they didn't before. So it's changing so much. It's hard to keep up. So yes, just to quickly then say, our current trial is about local planning, meaning kind of like where and how new developments, houses, infrastructure, etc. is built in the local authority, which, as I've alluded to, is a really controversial topic in the UK. So that's going to be interesting. It's quite a different topic to the last one. So it'll be interesting to see kind of on an issue where actually loads of people want to have a say on things, compared to adult social care, when most people don't really know what it is and don't care unless it affects them. There are going to be some loud people. And so we've had a healthy debate so far, but we'll see how it goes as we get into the kind of smaller groups. And I think this is where, some of the values of like bringing together the smaller groups and the like wider group, and using that wider group to sense check what's happening in the smaller group is going to be so important. So just have two more slides. This is kind of based on our trials so far. You know, as I mentioned, we're publishing a toolkit in December, so really what I can say is limited now because we're still trialing. But here's what we think is needed to run Waves if we're thinking about how we might apply it here. So you need, a policy challenge, a question. From our perspective, that question should be one that you should be clear. Why should the public be deliberating on this? Why is this a question that, I don't know, maybe we don't think could be solved technocratically? Why would it actually be helpful? And I'm happy to talk about what kinds of things that might be. It should be something that the public authority can actually do something about. They actually have power over, so that they can, meaningfully kind of take up what people have said. And it should be open, like it shouldn't be too small a question, but it also shouldn't be too wide. If you just ask a question like, what should we do about democracy? It's very unlikely we're going to get to some really useful things that can actually be actionable, taken on within a reasonable time frame. But if you ask something really specific, like, what time should the library open, then yes, you might get to a really great answer, but you've not influenced very much. So there's a game to play around the kind of scope of the question. And as I mentioned, it's really key that council's involved in this. And I talked a bit about some of the types of topics we're looking at. Divisive ones like immigration, low public awareness, like adult social care, politically stuck, like house building development, but obviously many more types of topics too. And then I've talked a bit about buy-in and how important that is. Like, genuinely need the people who are running this, commissioning this, to genuinely want to listen to residents and shape policy with them. They're genuinely committing to it from the start. We implemented like a commitment charter as part of WAVES after some issues with this in the first trial. And then talk about also support from kind of both senior political stakeholders, but senior staff as well, because often the people that are managing this are kind of like middle level people in the local authority who don't have much power. You need to make sure that people with the power are actually buying into it for it to be meaningful. And then of course, capability, budget. So we recommend there being like a team, a cross-functional team that's working on this. So ideally kind of like a project manager, and then people that are not full-time working on it, but that are involved in it from different aspects. So people who are focused on that policy area, who are the policy experts, and who I guess have the most decision-making power on it, but also people who work on comms and engagement, because a key part of this, in order to get the scale, is to try and do big comms campaigns, get as many people to take part as possible. And obviously people who work on tech as well, to get their buy-in into the AI and all of that, because local authorities can often be a bit nervous about new approaches like AI, which I think is very deserved in that, as we've just discussed, it's also important that we do this right. Our current estimates for costs in terms of like the actual external costs are around 60,000 euros. So that may sound like a lot, but compared to the hundreds of thousands of euros that Citizens Assembly often costs, like a sort of 100-person kind of Citizens Assembly that runs over months, you're laughing, I've also done much cheaper ones, don't worry, as well. Much smaller and cheaper ones too. But like for a big kind of one, it can cost a lot of money. And the amount of, how much it would cost to do a Citizens Assembly that involved this amount of people would be insane compared to this. And you also need people, I guess, with the skills to deliver it. And this is where sort of there's an interesting tension here currently, where our ambition is that, at least in the UK, like local authorities can be taking this up in the future, and hopefully, without the need for external partners. There's questions around that, there's some elements of it that probably do need to be independent, but broadly. But initially it's so new, we are going to need to be kind of involved. Even after we publish the toolkit, people aren't going to magically be able to kind of run this sort of thing. So that's our current thinking on this, and as I say, I think this will evolve over the next few months as we finish our next trial. So I just would be interested to kind of finish with a question for you, again, on what, like essentially, what would it take to do this kind of thing? But the maybe easiest lens is to start with, like, what's stopping you here from doing this kind of thing. There's lots of things that are stopping us from doing this kind of thing, but I'd be interested to hear if there are any sort of specific things that come to mind here. And let's try to do another word cloud if we can, which does limit us, but then after this we can discuss and ask questions and, yeah, have more of a conversation. So what do you think what are the key barriers to doing not just waves, but more of this kind of approach? How am I doing on time, by the way? I lost track of when we started. Cool. Okay, so I'll get this up and then keen to hear questions, thoughts, and I'm very happy to talk to anyone over lunch as well. So political will coming up strongly, which I would completely agree with as a barrier in the UK as well. And then our old favourite, corruption, is back in centre place as well, which makes complete sense and as an additional barrier that I think is particularly pertinent here, more so than in the UK. But there's also things like lack of digitalisation, which I can also imagine is more of a challenge here than in the UK for certain, I guess, generations or places. Low participation, distrust in the process, lack of interest. So, yeah, I mean, lack of interest, I think this is one of the ways that this brings people who aren't generally interested to the process is that you pay people for their time, particularly for like for waves, for example, it's only for the deep deliberation that we're doing that. But that becomes then, you're bringing a different motivator. You're saying, don't take part just because you care about politics and you want to have your say on this. Take part because, I don't know, you want to be paid some money to take part or whatever, it's a new experience. And we find that that's quite a strong motivator for people who wouldn't otherwise take part, and is actually therefore really quite powerful. Any questions, thoughts? Yeah.
I hope it's not misusing all of us.
No, yeah.
I very much enjoy what you were just presenting. And I do see the whole process as a useful one for many issues which are to be discussed or decided on different levels. In my mind, particularly on the local level, as you just gave us very good examples, Mostar, Camden, etc. But my question is the following. Somehow I feel as if you start with an idea that the people are always right, and they're only asking what I think. What if this is not the case?
Yeah.
Because people and what they believe in, what they think of, is a result of many campaigns, including political campaigns, information and misinformation. So what do I do with the answer while engaging with them and then tell me do it or don't do it?
Yeah. So
Why is this answer
yeah.
absolutely positive?
Yeah. It,
And not be the case?
well, it's an excellent question. Essentially, my view on this, I completely understand that. My view is that, and maybe it's a different context here, so maybe this doesn't resonate, but in the UK, because politicians are already kind of trying to listen to the public in a way, as I said, like, you know, for example, on immigration, lots of people are more kind of right-wing on immigration right now, so they're kind of moving, the left-wing government's moving to the right on immigration, sort of like listening to what people say, top of mind, you know, like if you ask them on the street right now. And they will be therefore informed by misinformation, by only speaking to people in their echo chambers, like all this stuff that's not healthy kind of information ecosystem. But what I'd argue that is that this is a really different type of conversation, and therefore where people get to, you know, it's hard to say it's right or wrong, it's not necessarily right, but it is far more considered and far better than the other kinds of ways that you kind of hear about public opinion, because they do hear from independent experts, they do talk about this for, you know, hours and hours, and where people get to, this question comes up all the time, by the way, but often the best way to show it is to take part in one yourself, sort of see what happens, and often people are really surprised. Oh, actually, people are really sensible. Like, you would think that everyone's really polarized because that's what everyone tells us, but actually people really agree on some like foundational human things or values, and often they can find common ground. So I guess I'd say two things, like you'd be surprised by how like sensible and nuanced and useful people's contributions are, but also it's way more sensible and useful and nuanced than the other debate if we're going to kind of listen to people anyway. But I totally agree also that there's definitely a space for politicians to have their own vision, to carry that forward, because of course we do need visionary leaders. So I don't think this should replace that either, and I certainly don't think it should be happening on every single question, every single issue, all the time. Any other questions?
Maybe
Yeah?
to share an experience.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can ask an answer from your side, but I'm active at the local level in the city for the last 10 years. Since grassroots movement started in one neighborhood up to now, we are part of the city council. And through these 10 years, we tried as a group to introduce several tools of deliberative democracy. For example, budget planning with an IT tool for the citizens to react on the distribution of the funds for different areas in the city, which in the period when there was a political will to consult the budget with the citizens was a critical for the city's growth. Up to the tools that we presented the urban plans for the citizens to be aware of what is going to be built and constructed in their immediate neighborhood. In the time when the legislation was open for the immediate neighbors to react and to give their complaints. One of the tools that we prepared had hundred thousands of views and reactions on specific locations in the city of Skopje, where some proposed building activities were planned. The decisions were still in the interest of the oligarchs, I would say, due to the corruption, and not the public interest. So when there is a lack of democracy, then the decisions, no matter what the feelings or the ideas and the reactions of the public are still made in the interest of a small group of people who are benefiting from this. So I would say that this political will, the lack of political will, and the corruption is the main issue that is a barrier of implementing the solutions. Several solutions that I know in the past 10 years were very well accepted by the public. They more or less they cannot survive, or they are not giving really the result. So the decisions and the realities are really having a big gap.
Definitely. I mean, I think it's really useful to hear your experiences here, because it is much more challenging, I think, if the kind of, even the sort of representative democracy or whatever aspect of it isn't well set up, then how can this fit in well in an imperfect system? And there's not an easy answer to that, obviously, apart from my little hope that's like maybe there's more openness to new ways of doing things in the long term, not in every instance, but maybe that's not right and I'm being naive. Anyone else? Okay. if there are no questions, shall we wrap up the session? Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to say something. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're done for this session, and we can move with lunch. Suppose that we are already a bit hungry. We have like 1 hour break, and we will continue with the next session. So please be on time. The lunch is downstairs.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I thought this might be more appropriate setting rather than if I sit there, then we are lost. I would like to discuss in more detail the whole issue being mentioned already. This is the EU, what's up with them and with us. And would like to share a few ideas. I insist that we make this interactive, so just intervene, ask, and I will not forget Bosnia and Herzegovina. We'll get back to your question, but just let me say a few words.
I don't know what was the question, but thanks.
Neither I know. It was the Southern gas interconnection and selling out national interests. I do know what was the question, whoever was asking it.
I mean, actually, sorry, just for interrupting,
Yeah.
this was the question on the WhatsApp group. It was not mine.
Okay?
Still, super.
We'll get back to
Super
that,
you
no worry.
remembered.
First of all, what I was mentioning in this public part of our intervention was that the world is more complex, including, among other things, including by this huge change in the position of the United States. That's the big change. Well, I was in the office, which was 25 years back, so some of you might have not been born, but majority you've been born. You know, it was easy for me to say as a foreign minister, our priority is to join the EU, number one. I mean, nothing has changed actually. Even if I was a minister today, I'd say the same. My foreign policy is number one, do whatever we can to join the EU. On a personal level, on a party level, I was also in favor of joining NATO, but it was not a coalition. Agreed? So, the EU. Second, do whatever we can to improve our regional cooperation. Three, let's keep a balanced relationship with so-called big powers, the US, EU, Russia, China, la la la. And the fourth was, well, as we then, 2000, big change in Belgrade, have inherited from, actually not Milosevic, but Tito's time, the name of Yugoslavia was a good name in some countries in Asia or Latin America. Well, let's see whether, in Africa, whether we can profit on this good name. Well, there was a history of construction businesses of big Yugoslavian then firms in Africa and Asia, so let's see whether we can. And by the way, in reality it was guns, or as I speak about them, bonbon sellers. So I mean, that's reality. This is what we were selling. This is what we are still selling all over. So 26 years later, I'm going to say the same. Although I do acknowledge this huge change, and this is that the US is now playing a strange role. And as I've said publicly, I don't know whether this is temporarily. Well, this administration may leave, but whoever comes might continue with maybe not the very same, but similar policies. What I'm actually saying, I believe that there are deeper changes in the US society that we need to be aware of. Therefore, we might see more conservative US leadership in years to come. But this is why I'm saying, my advice for our leaders in the region would be, okay, try to work in close cooperation with both EU and US as long as you can, and at the point when you see you cannot continue, then opt for the EU. But then speaking about the EU, we do have every reason to be frustrated, all of us. I mean, I was only privileged to be at the Thessaloniki summit in 2003 as a foreign minister, and then there was no EU Western Balkan summit at all until 2015, 15 years later. It was taking place in Bulgaria in May, and then I was invited again as a Secretary General of the Regional Cooperation Council, so I was super happy to be there. But the message is, and I'm saying this even publicly, that I've received, together with the invitation to speak, was this is not an E-word summit. And I was like, what do you mean? And they told me, no enlargement. Do not mention it in your statements. Come on, why are you inviting me if I'm not going to speak about enlargement? And they literally said this is no EU World Summit. I was like, what? Okay, at least one good thing after this summit is that they've started organizing EU Western Balkans Summit regularly. The next one coming, June 5, 6 now, in 2-3 weeks, in Montenegro. True. So in the eve of the summits, as we are speaking out a few weeks before, what I would like to say is the following. And literally I'm going to say a few points and then we can talk. My advice is to fully support engagement of the Montenegrin government with the EU and the EU, European Commission and the Council. So my number one is full support for Montenegro's bid to join the EU. They're doing well, they're working very hard, and the whole government is using every capacity to, because it is eventually a huge work. Number two, my second point is my message for the EU, please engage with those who are already trying to send a bad message and to influence political scene in Montenegro. Serbia, well, and not only Montenegro, with us in the region, Bulgaria, when it comes to Macedonia. So, because there is a lot of engagement, and I'll give you examples, what am I talking about? And you will not like it, coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Serbia owns at least 6+ outlets and portals in Montenegro. The influence is huge. If you were in your 20s, which I would wish for you, and are a soccer player in Željezničar, Grbavica, or Peter in Sarajevo, Peter, fine, Peter, whatever, do you know who decides whether your soccer game starts at 5 or at 7?
Arena Sport.
No, it's Belgrade. Because the Telecom of Serbia is one, through MTEL, Banja Luka, is one of the key sponsors of the league. And if President of Serbia wants to give a big statement at 7, I'm sorry, you will wait until 8 with your soccer game in Sarajevo. These are realities. This is why I said Serbia matters in every respect. Because Serbia owns one of the providers in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Serbia owns one of the providers in Montenegro. Telecom. It's influence. It's realistic influence. There is money behind, there is media influence, and then there is political influence with the parties being financed. So this is why my second point was to the EU, please engage with these negative influences and try to control them, because they are negative sometimes. Not always, but they are. A third point would be, if you have invested, the EU, if you have invested your energy and money into common regional market, one result is this roaming. This is my legacy. This is what I did. I'm very proud for it, because I was Secretary General of the RCC, and we've negotiated this. That's one thing that I can say, we did it. But as you have invested an effort in a creation of common regional market for the Western Balkans, why don't you do a step next to this one? And this is bring the whole market into the EU single market. This does not mean instead of membership. This means full support for the process. But look, we are frustrated. Come on. So basically I'm speaking about the EU, the whole career of mine. And now, of course, nobody wants to listen, rightly so. I mean, it's one thing in 2003, it's completely different one if I'm saying the same phrases 25 years later. And this is exactly what is happening. As I've said openly in this first part, Macedonians have every right to be frustrated. November 2005, since then nothing, basically. And then they were front runners. Of course you can say, but yes, they should have negotiated with Greece faster, but they are political realities. You cannot do everything, and we are together there, the countries of the region and the EU. So this is as bad as it is for us, this is as bad for them. And they need to be aware. I was very much encouraged. During this morning, there was a Merz, a Chancellor, Prime Minister of Germany, who finally gave a public statement today saying, well, we need to go with innovative approaches when we discuss enlargement. Of course, he sees Ukraine number one, fine, super. Then he added Balkans and Moldova. And this is exactly what I'm now trying to sell to you, and I'm engaged in this respect, trying to speak about these issues. So for me, very important third point would be try to bring market as a market, because the basis for common regional market, and this is the EU investment, through Regional Cooperation Council, is the EU regulations related to trade. And then as a citizen of Serbia, and you are from other countries, I'm selfish there. Because in order to bring the country into single market of the EU, it's all about the rule of law. So it basically means at least rule of law in economy. Otherwise you cannot function. But I mean, if you know the details, I can go into details. There are two different levels. It can be all four freedoms minus custom union, or full integration to single market. This is four freedoms plus custom union. I mentioned custom unions for those who know more. It's difficult, it's complex, it takes years to negotiate, la la la. But I'd be super happy even if we are not fully in the single market, but into what is called European Economic Area, EEA. This is freedoms minus custom union. That would mean a lot of engagement of our governments, which is anyhow part of negotiation process, in the field of economy, and direct link with the rule of law. So at least less of corruption. This should be one result, and there are many other results. Next, I guess, fourth element into what I was saying. I have a reminder in the phone, but I do remember this, is Schengen. This country was the first one which received the wave of migrants in 2005 in this part of the world. Greece, then Macedonia, then. Well, when you draw the line, we did it well, all of us. The EU cannot complain that we have mismanaged migration flows, but we did it closely cooperating with the EU. Therefore, we do have a track record that we can do it. And second point, we are not at the outer wall anymore. It is Greece, it is, I don't know, when we look at this region, there is Italy, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania. So we are already in. Therefore, your old practice, first you are in the EU, and then 10 years later you are in the Schengen. Why? This is just, how should I say, why lock yourself into this? I actually believe, and I've checked, that, and then by the way, Frontex is all over. I think Frontex also signed an agreement with this government, signed agreement with my government. So they are around. So why not develop a roadmap, as we did when it comes to passport and Schengen, traveling, develop a roadmap, and I think that our governments would be very much engaged in fulfilling whatever are preconditions to bring our countries into a Schengen, following the model of Switzerland, Norway, etc. Why not? So give us this element. But my key message, not instead of, we continue negotiating, and let us see what sort of a membership this is going to be. It might be membership light or soft or whatever they call it, voting rights, yes. So I'm not even discussing this. Leave it aside. Give me this, what I think is realistic. Being part of the market, which will fight corruption locally and will then induce a rule of law more broadly. Give us Schengen now. Then I added one element which I think is worth considering. I mentioned development policies for the region, and I think it would be good to engage on Draghi-like report for the Western Balkans. I would like to see experts. They might be our experts, and they are good experts in the region. A group of 3, 4, 5, who would be paid to try to rethink what are development policies, because the policies we are living in, which are based on foreign investments, it looks like we are ending this whole process, relying only on foreign investments, because there are not that many foreign investments anymore. The money goes different ways, and we need to rethink what we have done. Most of the investment was going in infrastructure and energy, but is this all now into resources like mining or critical raw materials? So let us see, was this model a good one or not? I'm not an economist, so I don't want to play a role, but I think we need to rediscuss where does the support of the EU, financial support, through IPA funding, through reform agenda, where does it go? Are these fields the right fields to invest in? So this is my introductory for this conversation, and I'm super happy to discuss even critical political issues. Is it Kosovo? Is it Bosnia and Herzegovina? Is it whatever else is happening? But these, I think, are the ideas that I would stick for. This would be my advice. This is where we should go. Okay, floor is open. Whatever you want to ask.
Thank you very much for the presentation, I would say. Now that when you mentioned Schengen, I'm thinking about, Marko and I had similar opinion, similar views, let's say, regarding the accession of the Balkan countries into the EU. But now when you mentioned Schengen, I want to ask you about, do you think, I mean, this is my personal opinion, and I don't know, how do you see it, about the EES that now is fully integrated into periphery of the, I would say periphery of the Schengen. So do you think that that's also some kind of blockade of the, by the, let's say, Brussels bureaucracy towards the periphery, which is not in the EU, and which is, what is funny, so in 2028 we will have Montenegro in EU, hopefully, yeah. And then we will have like 3 countries, 4 countries around which are not in the EU, and there will be an island of the EU in the Balkans.
EU minus.
Yeah, surrounded by non-EU members, having EES on the borders. And that can also, I mean, it's already, I think, making troubles now, and it will make more troubles in the future.
On Gradiška only last week. Yeah. Now it's been solved. Yeah. It was total chaos.
2-3 days ago.
Thanks also, 3 days ago, literally. Thanks also to EES, not only the bridge fall, but anyhow. Well, EES is step 1, and ETIAS is step 2, which is expected. I think that, frankly, I find it very bureaucratic. I understand what was the logic behind. The logic was, I mean, I was privileged enough. I used to work with the OSCE. I have an apartment there. My daughter lives there, so I can go. I have a residence there in Belgrade. So who is working at the construction? Albanians, Serbs, I guess Macedonians, that's it. So this measure is introduced because they were staying longer than they were allowed, meaning more than 90 days, etc. This is why they've introduced this regulation. But then, on the other hand, we need to be aware. Their labor market is in need of foreign labor, as ours is. So this is, I mean, I'm super happy to discuss labor market. I work closely with IOM. There are issues which are to be discussed, because I know for my country, for instance, for Serbia, in 2025, Serbia has issued 55,000 of labor permits in 1 year. Compared to the year before, well, the increase is 30 to 50% in the last several years. Every year, 30 to 50% more. So it shows one message. Even Serbia is labor thirsty. Montenegro, absolutely, because of tourism, at least seasonal work. Croatia, our immediate neighbors, absolutely in need. So there are reasons why they would like these people to bring in, and there are reasons why my government opened borders for foreign labor. Now I'm really discussing labor. When I wash my car in Belgrade, it's all Nepalese around me. That's my reality. And this is these 50,000 who are legally there. So all I want to say is there are realities which are affecting the EU market, labor market, as are affecting our labor market that need to be addressed. But look, as the last 6, 7, 8 years, I'm only working with the private business, with investors who are investing in the region. I'm supporting them in government relations in this field. So what I see is that, of course, private sector would like to have cheap labor. That's it. If I was an entrepreneur, I'm super happy to pay you 500 euros rather than him, who is my compatriot, at least 1,000. That's it. That's the logic of a private business. While at the same time, there are UN agencies like IOM, ILO, that I used to cooperate with, who all what they ask, they are, how should I say, they are very positive towards migration, but they are addressing the government and saying, look, you need to respect their human rights. Therefore, there has to be a whole of a government approach. Someone needs to discuss and issue a visa, the MFA. Ministry of Interior has to be worried about security issues, but Ministry of Social rights and labor rights, they need to be engaged to see how these people live, etc. So all they want, the agencies, is be nice with migrants, support them, make sure that there is integration process, etc. And I agree. But then I would also like my government, so as the third player, your government, doesn't matter, so national government, to think twice what they are doing, to discuss with the private sector, and to try to find a common ground. Yes, I understand you would like to have a cheap labor, Nepalese, fine. But then now I speak as a father of two, and my son lives in London and my daughter lives in Vienna, and I'm happy. But I do think, would there be a salary which would bring my daughter back to Belgrade? And what is this? Okay, not as much as she is earning in Vienna, but there has to be a figure that she would opt to stay, maybe. So it's not that I am super patron, so she has to be there. No, it's not about that. All I'm saying is the government has to think twice. Medical doctors. There was a huge investment of the whole society. And they're gone. So I would expect that there is a dialogue tripartite. Private sector, government, and the UN agencies. Let's see the sectors in which we would invest and increase medial salary so that we in these sectors keep our own investment into the population. Otherwise, we are faced with depopulation. Macedonia is suffering, Bosnia and Herzegovina is suffering, Serbia is suffering, Croatia is suffering. The one country which is not suffering depopulation, by the way, is Slovenia.
Slovenia never suffered.
Very interesting, and I love this. I try to answer to myself, and I think that they've developed one sort that I call the new patriotism. They're simply okay with their own country.
They are.
They're not the richest country in EU,
But
they're okay. They're simply okay, meaning obviously.
There are 2 million of us, and it's always the same.
And they somehow, the medial salary is obviously good enough, and there are other benefits which keeps them there. Sometimes they move, of course, to Germany or elsewhere, but the figures are not as they are in our case. Therefore, they do not suffer from these problems. So this is the level of answer. I'm not an expert, but this is my answer to what you've asked, and this is, I understand that the EU is also labor thirsty, and these governments will be under pressure from their own private sector. Bring us Serbs, bring us Macedonians, bring us Albanians or Kosovars. We need labor. That's clear. And therefore, on the top of that, we also suffer from the system. Everything is much slower than it was. Now you have tourist countries like Croatia, Greece, very soon this might be, hopefully, a case with Montenegro who will say, come on guys, we will not use this system because it slows down everything. This is a reason why I mentioned give us Schengen now. Let's see, okay, what needs to be done? How long it takes? 3 years, 3 years. But let's do, I believe, whatever we think of our governments, whether we like them or hate them, I think that they would be very much engaged to deliver, because it's all about basically security on the borders, and I think they would do whatever they can to provide that we end up in Schengen. So I find this goal realistic, and I think that this has to be further discussed. So I can conclude in one sentence, say, look, Western Balkans in the EU by 2030. What sort of EU? What level of rights? Thought I don't know. I don't want to play with this because I am aware that they will need to rethink themselves in the EU. And I think there are serious reasons in their eyes that have not been discussed by their own politicians. Hannah was great in explaining this model of communicating with the local population. I have a feeling that they've never really discussed the politicians of the EU. I've mentioned Merz, Prime Minister of Germany, and many others, that never really discussed with their own community, people, what they want from us. Why they? Some of them are pushing in favor, some of them are pushing against. I think that now, through Ukraine, they've realized it's a huge security issue. It is. As long as we are out. Even if I was a prime minister. Of course, I would look around and say, Arabs are good, bringing money, so why not? Chinese, why not? And this is exactly what is happening. I remember clearly, I was a foreign minister and we were paying a visit to China. Then the debt was 600 million, and I was like, my God, what are we going to do with 600 million debt to China? You know what is Serbian debt now? 6 billion, and nobody is discussing. Nobody is discussing. So what I'm saying is, these are realities that the EU will have to understand, particularly in this context that I've described with the new US, who is doing the same. And now I'm going to Bosnian question. We've been told by the EU, and this is the part of the process, engage in procurement policies. Now, most recently, I know Sweden is putting 4 million euros into a project in Serbia called Green Procurement. Yeah. And then, in parallel, all of a sudden, our governments are making deals, direct deals. These are called G2G, government to government, agreements with Russia, with Turkey, with the Gulf countries, and since recently with the US. So one example of G2G is Southern Interconnection, which is direct result of the great push coming from the states, of this administration. What they did in Bosnia is, frankly, and I love the country, I'm in Sarajevo once in a month, business. But then again, they are discussing a law, and in the law they are putting the name of the company which is going to do this. I mean, this is so far from anything we've ever learned. I mean, do you have any law on a national level, which list this company is going to do and voted in the parliament? And this is what is happening in Bosnia. Not to mention that the company is a Mickey Mouse company in terms that they have zero track record. They've never done anything. Not anything in this field, but anything. 3 guys have agreed, family business, on the top. We have a company, we're going to do this in Bosnia, and you will put this in the law. Yes, we will put this in the law. That we are going to do this. And this is happening. This is just an illustration of where is the EU? Where are you? What is your leverage? You don't have a leverage. Then why you don't have a leverage after 20 plus years of massive engagement in Bosnia? Now I'm saying Bosnia. What happened with you guys? I mean, I'm sometimes so frustrated. I can be very angry when they discuss, oh, Macedonia, do this with Bulgaria, do this with Greece. Come on, guys, we are fed up. And we are. Therefore, the whole European idea in the region is going down. In Serbia, figures are 33% of population supports. Simply people do not believe. I'm not that negative. I believe if there is a positive engagement of the government, there will be regained support. That will happen. So I'm not negative. But at the moment, this is where we are. And if I was an EU official, I would say, okay, guys, what are we doing? Why are we losing our leverage? And what is this little that these people are discussing? It's not about, oh, we want to vote and decide on the future of the EU. Not really. But then offer something which is credible, because what is currently happening is not credible. And this is why you have a declining presence and leverage of the EU. And I feel simply very sorry because, okay, put aside the EU perspective. Then where are we? We have governments which are going to be very soon, very quickly autocratic as a result of these G2G deals. Because these are the deals, come on. Okay, let's say we want to, I'll give you an example what it means. Edi Rama, who I like a lot as someone who is very intellectual and is witty. I like the way he's phrasing, the way he's explaining things. This is December 2018, so 8 years back. And we were together in a panel in Brussels, organized by Friends of Europe. This is a regular event in December. And he was asked, we were together in a panel, but he was asked about the Chinese presence in the region. And this is what was his answer, and I loved it. This is why I'm repeating it. He said, you know what is in a Chinese offer? Lifelong power. And if in power, this is not the worst offer you can get. And they were looking at me. So let me explain what he said. And what do I mean? Belgrade, you know there is a Chinese bridge that we call Belgrade, bringing together Zemun and Borča. This Pupin, whatever is the name of the bridge, but I call it Chinese bridge. And I'm explaining, Pupin. Yeah, Mihailo Pupin. And I was explaining to Germans. I was telling them bluntly at the end of my tenure as the Secretary General of the RC, 2018, I was invited to speak about China and their presence in Serbia. I said, look, you're paying me well for 6 years to promote so-called Berlin process through but besides roaming, I don't know how to explain what it is. And this soccer game that you've seen in the photo, what it is about. Because when it comes to doing a project with the EU, which is practical, a bridge, a road, there is pre-feasibility study, there is feasibility study, then there is a loan, and part of it is a grant, and one day it is going to happen. You know how is the business done in China? You sit with the government, we want a bridge, fine. We'll give you a loan. Thank you. Our company is going to do it. Thank you. In 2 years, there is a bridge and I go for elections. This is not the best bridge ever. Someone took 10, 20 millions. Well, whatever you do, someone takes some money, so there is corruption. But people walk across the bridge and it feeds the needs of the people. They're happy. They're not asking every question, who took the money and could have this been done better. Until the collapse of this whole tragedy, November 1, 2 years back. Until then, no one was asking questions. So, do you have a bridge? Fine. And the government will go, and this is what Edi Rama had in mind while saying lifelong power. Because when you are, and I was in the office, your perspective is 3 years from now. Whatever we do in 3 years, in the fourth we are campaigning. So I have to have a result. And if I continue negotiating with the EU on this bridge, it will take 15 years. I don't care. Because with Chinese, I'm going to get it in 2-3 years, and we'll go for election, say there is a bridge, please walk, and it works. This is what needs to be understood. And if you think we are corrupt, whoever are our leaders, I'll tell you, when the Berlin process started, BMW Foundation. I didn't even know there is a BMW Foundation, but there is. They are rich. BMW Foundation. Herbert Quandt, this is how they are called. They fetch a group of usual suspects in Yahorina. They kept us for 3 days, and we were discussing. They won it, and they brought one of the managers from BMW, one was from Siemens, and you know, for 3 days we are sitting, drinking, eating, and discussing. What to add into the Berlin process. So what else we would add. And we have agreed after 3 days of super partying, good people, that we need to add fight against corruption, and this is missing in Berlin process, and we all agreed. And you know, as I've said, we were partying, drinking, enjoying restaurants in Sarajevo and in Yahorina. I was discussing with the guy who said, oh, I'm from Siemens. I said, super, fine. And what did you do? He said, oh, I was manager in Iraq. I said, how was it in Iraq? Well, this was a complicated experience, you know. For instance, when you go from one to another place, you rent a taxi and it costs $5,000. So what do you mean 5,000? Yeah, well, you're paying for security and everything. So that's Iraq. I said, okay. But you know, Goran, I very much enjoyed when I was posted in China. I said, oh, why? You know, what in China? I go, I shake hand with the state secretary, and I send my lawyers, and this is it. And I was like, he's a manager of Siemens. He's telling me that this is how you do business in China. And now we have all agreed that we should add fight against corruption into Berlin process. This is my life. These are my experience. And I was like, what? This is how you do business in China? But now Vucic is doing the same way business in China, of course. And now you bring Goran to Munich to explain why China is there. But this is why China is there. You do the business the same way as we do. And now you're all of a sudden surprised. I'll give you, I mean, my privilege recently is that I'm with the private sector. And what I learned from them, EU has invested 20 billions now into 3 Baltic states to decompose Russian old railway infrastructure. So it's not only tracks, it's more about the electricity and equipment. And they're doing this, fine, super. And install the trusted equipment. And you know where does it end? In Serbia. And I realized through private sector, this decomposed ends in Serbia. And I was like, what am I going to do with this? So obviously, we are going to use this old Russian technology decomposed from Baltic states to do part of a railway towards Montenegro, I guess, or what. And I'm like, these are our realities. Unfortunately. It's not about whether this is too old or not. It is about data that I mentioned. You know what is a trick now? Montenegrins are not here. They're doing this second part of the highway between Podgorica and Belgrade from their part. I know. Pardon? Well, it happened that I was advisor to Miki Spajic, current Prime Minister, when he was posted first ever as a finance minister. And I was, don't want to go in every detail how and why, but GSZ paid for me to be with him in these early days for several months, 2-3 months, not too long. And then he was obsessed, as a new, after the big change there, Krivokapić-led government, he was finance minister, to get rid of China from this project. And look, what is a curse. Now he's a prime minister who only a few months back has signed a contract again with China to do the second part. Chinese company, now Power China, to do the second part of the same highway. What happened? What did the EU do in the meantime? Frankly, as I'm good friends with the EU ambassador, there, he used to, Sattler is there.
Sattler, yeah.
Sattler. So I went to see Sattler and said, okay, how did this happen? How come? Because it's, no, it's not about him. No, I said, how come this decision was made. And he told me, Goran, because the EBRD is putting money. So I said, come on, again, European money for Chinese company, and under this prime minister, who is seen as a big star, and whose country should enter into the EU very soon, and it's under your watch as EU ambassador, how come you ended up with this? He told me, we have invited every possible company. There are a few, Strabag from Austria, a few. They said no. Not one wanted to bid for this. So he said, we didn't have an EU company who would submit a bid to build it. And we've ended up with a Turkish, because it was allegedly Dutch, but behind it was a Turkish company, and they realized. And then there were two Chinese bids, different companies, and I don't know what was fourth, and he said, and I'm sorry, we've ended up with the cheapest. And we have a track record of the same company in Serbia, which is awful, and I told him, look, it's going to be bad. What is the problem? It's not who is going to build it. The problem is related to data. I've discussed this issue with the minister here. He did not understand what I'm talking about. There is something which is called IT, Intelligent Transport System, ITS, and there is the EU regulation from 2003 called Intelligent Transport System, and there is the new one, as there is always in the EU. Now it's called CITS, and this CITS is a new regulation since 2018. It's the EU regulation, and it's related to the data management, because when you have a highway, same goes for railways, though there it is called GSM-R, GSM Railway. Who gets the data is now a question. And I told him, okay, you, the EU, are putting a lot of money into infrastructure. And I asked the head of the EU delegation in Belgrade over a dinner, which was a small dinner, and I said, what about the data in the project in Serbia, highways that you are paying for? He was like, I said, I mean, who gets the data? Because when you build, well, gradually we are getting better and better cars. So I have a good car. And they are sharing the data with the infrastructure on the highway. So it's not who will build it. It is this information between the operational and management system on the highway and my car. There is a lot of exchange. Slow down, speed up, there is an accident. This whole information has been exchanged. If you establish this CITS system, then you go for something which is called V2X, and this is communication between the management and the car. It's not that I'm doing this, it is the car sharing the information. And when I asked who gets this data, he was like, it has to be trusted. That's the problem with Chinese presence. Because then they're doing this telco infrastructure. And what I know that they already found that there are more parts in a system that they have installed in this first part of the highway in Montenegro than there is a need. So there was intelligence system. And this is why there has to be a scrutiny who gets the data when it comes to GSM-R, railway, and when it comes to highways. So not the issue that we are discussing, but when you work with the private sector, you end up there. And these are the issues which defines interest of US. Now, I've got an invitation, I'm sharing this with a few friends, to come in 10 days back here to Skopje. Yesterday from, and this is it, I'm going to read this. I just got it, the company I'm working with. So it is coming, Cyberspace and Digital Policy, Western Balkans Digital Transformation Accelerator, organized by US Department of State. Where? In Skopje, June 10, 11, so in a few days, a few weeks. And they're organizing a regional conference on digital security, And they've invited a company which I work with, which is dealing with this. With CITS, ITS, GSMR, they're specialized with this. And all they say in this, when you look at the agenda, trusted provider, trusted provider, trusted provider. That's all they care for. It's part of no China policy. It should be fully supported by the EU, because they allegedly have the same idea. But obviously the level of engagement now of US in this specific field seems to be higher than Europeans, although it will be eventually European companies doing this. There are several who do it. So this is also important for telcos. Now we have this rollout from 4G to 5G. 5G telco. Some of you might already have it. Now in Serbia we are doing this. I don't know, in Macedonia you don't have it yet, etc. 5G. Rollout is yet to be done for what I know, but okay, of real 5G. So you have trusted providers, providers who are trusted by EU/NATO. It's either Nokia or Ericsson. That's basically two, but it may be Huawei. And then you end up, I'm going to give you now information which is new, but just to realize why is Goran so much obsessed with the data? Why did I mention it earlier this morning and now? If you were following last year, von der Leyen, President of the Commission, she has visited Tirana. Anybody from Tirana here? You are. She was in Tirana. There was a big conference, investment conference. And then next day, it was in Montenegro. And then the third day, she came in Belgrade, but it was not investment conference. The conference was, but anyhow, I was in Tirana, and I was there in Montenegro. She signed an MOU with 4iG. That's a company. I'll give you more details later who is behind the company. But she did sign an MOU to do subsea cable, optic cable, not electricity, not energy, but data from Albania to Egypt, under the sea. This project is called Eagle project. They signed an MOU with this company. Why? Because we are talking about artificial intelligence. Hannah was telling us about this. Now it is the big buzz, the big cloud maybe. Let us see what happens with it. But the data becomes super important, the data centers. That's now everyone speaks about data centers. But security of this data seems to be super important. Currently, the communication goes subsea in Marseille. So this is where all the data go between Europe, US, Europe, and then North of Africa, Asia. But eventually they go through a Red Sea. It means that they're contested. There are always some incidents, wars, etc. Therefore, the big guys, hyperscalers, Google, Meta, Amazon, they're looking for alternatives when it comes to data. So, and this is a result of this thinking, and this is do the subsea cable from Albania to, as alternative to what we have. But then where does it go continent-wide? From Tirana, let's say. It can go to Skopje, and then Belgrade, and then Budapest, Vienna, or it can go to Montenegro from Tirana, to Mostar, Banja Luka, Sarajevo, Banja Luka, Zagreb, and further. And frankly, I've discussed what I'm now saying with the ministers in Bosnia and Herzegovina and with the minister here, telling them, guys, this has happened. She has signed an MOU. What are you doing? I said, what do you mean? I said, this is a moment in time when you need to be aware that this is a big opportunity. It's like a big highway. A big highway. But it's optic with all the data will go one or another way. And you need to be ready. He said, what do you mean? I said, didn't you see that the MOU was signed with 4AG? 4AG, these are Hungarian? I said, yes, interesting enough. It's basically a company which is Hungarian. President of the board is Grenell. So, and I was, for the first time I've seen the EU and US together in one project. That, I'm not sure, maybe, but they are together. And one minister from this country that I mentioned was saying, oh yes, we have seen one telecom, this is Hungarian telecom, being present, but they will have 20% of shares. So they're not here because there will be 20% more shares. One telecom is now buying your telecom. In order to rent this equipment to this fiber optic once it starts. But you're not even thinking, because there is better option. Maybe you should not sell your telecom, but invest into trusted technology in your telecom, and then you offer your, is it Montenegrin, Serbian, Macedonian, national telecom as an infrastructure which is already fit for hyperscalers. Times have changed. They will not come and tell you do this. I'm coming and telling you. Or fine, if you don't want to do it, sell your telecom, but think twice, why are Hungarians all around? So they all of a sudden have opened one telecom in Albania, and OTP Bank all of a sudden, which did not exist only 2 years back, in Macedonia, in Serbia, they are present for long, in Montenegro, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm going around talking to ministers, don't you see why are they there? So I'm no enemy of them. I'm just telling them, guys, they're option one, they're option two. Option one, you sell your telco to them. Believe me, they'll do whatever needed. They'll kick out Huawei. They'll be ready. So when Meta comes, they'll say, we are ready for you. And then they'll be, basically, it's like a toll when you drive on a highway. They will be charging this toll. Or there is a plan B. You invest in your telecom. You are ready. And say, we are ready. There is no Huawei. It's only Nokia, Ericsson, Ciena, which is US company. We are ready. But this level of awareness is what I see is missing. I was in the government, I make a break, a pause so that you can ask. I'm sorry, I was talking too much. And I believe as a minister, I know everything. I'm super smart. What I've realized in these several years that I'm at this side of the table, together with the private investor. Is it wind, or solar, or energy, or telco? What I realized that at the other side, there is a big problem. Now I see how little knowledge there is. Ministers are usually politically driven, oh, I need to win. They don't have a real idea what they really want. What is the national strategy? Is it southern interconnection in Bosnia and Herzegovina or not? Do you have a national agenda? What do you want? How you want to develop it? This is what is missing. So there is not enough of debate within the governments on the new technologies which are coming and the national strategies. Mining, yes or no? Digitalization, what? With whom? Telecommunication. This is where the money will go. And you need to be ready on a government level. I'm going to tell you a meeting. I'm not going to say who was the minister in one of the governments in the region. And I was with the company ready to invest in 300 mega wind. And the minister, super, when are you going to start digging? So, what do you mean? And I'm sitting with the vice president of the company. She knows that file because she does this business, but she knows everything there. And she was like, what do you mean? I mean, when are you going to put these pillars, you know, turbines? Oh, she said, in 5 years. In 5 years from now? She said, look, Mr. Minister, there are 42 documents you need to issue to me. If you can do it in 1 year, I'm super happy. But normally, you can't do this. All of these licenses take time. before I start digging. For instance, when it comes to wind, we need to do a survey for 2 years of bats and birds, as we need to do ESIA, Environmental Social Impact Assessment. Really for 2 years? Yes, for 2 years. And only then, after these 2 years, and the whole analysis in this study, we can go to lenders, which are banks, and ask for a loan to build this. And in the meantime, you need to give me energy, construction, and all other, including EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment on a national level. And I realized, because there was never a project of 1 or 200 or 300 mega built in that country, and there is zero experience. And this is a competent minister. Minister who should say yes or no. This is the problem we are faced with, knowledge in the government. Okay, minister might be political appointee, but there has to be someone in the government, heading department, who knows the file. My experience, no. And that is one problem. The huge problem I was faced with is, one, lack of capacity, knowledge in the government to know what they want. And second, so it's not corruption. Among my first number 1 and 2 problems working with the government and with the private sector, the second is lack of ability of the government to say yes or no, based on the national strategy, to say yes, we want to do this. Or, I'm all in favor, but I'm just a Minister of Energy. You need to talk to the Minister of Environment. He's not from my party, he's from another party. And then we spend another year talking to Minister of Environment. And they said, look, of course I'm in favor, but now you need to talk to Albanians, They are also part of the coalition. Or in Bosnia, you need to talk to Serbs, you need to talk to Croats, lack of ability to decide and say yes or no. Not in 3 years from now, but today. So these are 2 problems, and the corruption is the third one. Please.
Hi, I'm Mia. I'm from Skopje, and I have a question coming back to data. We know we're living in a multipolar world right now with a couple of actors emerging. However, the Greek economist Varoufakis said that it will be a race between America and China because they have...
That's what I said in my intro. You've heard that. I said China or US.
Or US, yes, and you agree with that. But do you think another state will emerge in this cloud capital race? And I have another question, not related to data, but on your thoughts as a foreign minister. What do you think about the back-to-back visits to China of US and Russia that just happened?
My leader is super happy. He announced, I'm going to stay there 4 days. Trump stayed only 2 days. Putin stayed 2 days, but I'm invited to stay 4 days. So this is Chatham House rules. Of course. I'm not sure in what I'm saying, but hearsay, and the rumor is nuclear. That's what he is discussing there, alone and the nuclears. I'm not against, but not necessarily with China. So this is back-to-back visits. Now getting back to where we are. Yes, I was saying, and I do believe that when it comes to future of technology, and this is related to artificial intelligence data, there will be 2 poles. And we might need to opt, where are we? My problem is, where is the EU? And this is why I said, let's stick to the EU, so wherever we end, but together with them. This is why I go back to what I was saying at the beginning. What about the others? In this development, it really looks that there will be 2 giants, and all of us in between. I can go back to the theory and say the whole European engagement with and around Russia was to keep Russia at this side of the river and not with China. Well, it looks like after all of this recently, meaning both Ukraine war and attitude with and towards Russia on energy, and now Iran war and everything, it looks like someone was able enough to push further Russia towards China, Iran as well. So I don't think that that was a smart move. I would wish for Russia at this side, and I somehow believe that they, in this bipolarism, they should be at this side. But as it is now, this is not the case. And I don't know, I'm not a fortune teller, I don't know what is going to happen, but to me it looks not very promising, and I'm worried.
I will have to interrupt you because we are already
Late?
Okay, I think, okay, this is too loud. While Goran is speaking, I will try to keep it quiet, and then we yell, no problem. Okay, so hi everybody, my name is Nenad Markovic. I'm a professor of political science at the Political Science Department of the Law Faculty Justinianus Primus in Skopje, St. Cyril and Methodius University. There is phonia somehow, okay? I don't know why. I have experience also in NGO. I'm one of the founders of the Institute for Democracy Societas Civilis from Skopje, one of the biggest think tanks in the country and one of the first think tanks in the country. And as the president said, I was from 2019 until 2024 a member of the Security Council of the country. There are three independent members that the president proposes. It was me, Professor Vetan Latifi, and Professor Traian Gocevski, that is the first Minister of Defense of independent Macedonia. So basically I have experience in academia, in NGO, and a little bit advisor in politics. Aside from that, today the topic was given to me by Tosha. I guess that was Tosha's idea. And it was a very hard topic. Tosha, was it you? It was you. To bust the myths that regard political participation in the Balkans. And I accepted the topic because one of the fundamental courses I teach is civil society. And I also teach a course which is now an elective course. It was never, in fact, a mandatory course, which is called political mythology. And I was thinking how to connect the two, because it is an interesting idea to connect both. And then I figured out that it is the perfect title. Because if something exists in the realm of political participation, including what Hannah was speaking about, deliberative democracy, that is some kind of myths that people believe in and are not completely true or just partially true. We'll discuss, let's say, some of them. There are many more. You can expand the topic endlessly, basically, but I chose 5, 6, 7 points that we can go through and then discuss a little bit in a form of a dialogue, not so much as a monologue, not just my lecture. So I don't have a lecture, I just have talking points, which we can open up. Everybody's from the region, but just briefly, who is from where, what do you do? Just 2 minutes, literally, everybody, just several sentences.
I'm a member of the Municipal Council and participatory democracy activist.
Great, great, super. So you're the profile to be here.
Yetner from Albania, a PhD student in a university in Germany, working on transitions and political transitions in the Balkans, but also from the authoritarian regimes. Former advisor to the Albanian Prime Minister on regional affairs, and also former grants officer at the ICMP, International Commission on Missing Persons.
So also experience from many fields.
Yeah.
Great.
Also unemployed.
I said former.
I'm Maria, coming from Pristina, originally living and working there for 15 years, originally from Serbia. I actually started PhD a long time ago, but I gave up on time. Currently working as a human rights consultant on 2 different projects here in Macedonia and Kosovo, former Kosovo Deputy Ombudsperson, UN Peacebuilding Fund Chief of Kosovo Chief, Chief of Staff of Deputy Prime Minister a long time ago, and in principle that's it, yeah.
Great, great. Rich CV.
And I'm 41, but...
Don't tell us, don't tell.
41.
31 is a great age, okay.
I'm Mona Zeman from Skopje, your former student. I'm finishing my master's studies at the University of Graz, Southeast European Studies. I'm engaged with the Institute for Human Rights in Skopje now, and previously I worked for the Council of Europe, Minority Rights and Minority Languages.
Mina Labaz, Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mostly my professional scope was in an NGOs as a project assistant and officer. But besides that, I was a researcher for 3 years and a fact checker for Istinomir in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and a publicist for some local and regional web portals.
I studied in Sarajevo and I teach in
I wasn't in Erma, I was in University of Sarajevo, then my master's in University in Ljubljana, so Erma missed me. But I know a lot of Erma alumni.
Twice a year, Sarajevo, love Sarajevo. I don't consider
So we can have
it a foreign city.
a coffee or a beer in Sarajevo.
See you at the church here.
See you at Acips. See you at Acips.
Exactly.
Hi everybody, my name is Tome. I started PhD like you a long time ago, but I never give up. Actually, I'm here to support my supervisor. Nenad is my supervisor, my mentor of my PhD thesis, and I hope that I will defend like till the end of the summer, maybe September, October.
No, you will defend by July if you're good.
Okay. And I work in the parliament, the Parliamentary Institute here across the building. Maybe next time, Toshe, they will came to the parliament, visit some, we can arrange some visit. I'm also tour guide in the parliament, I work in education, and etc. I hope that one day you'll be my guest in the parliament building, and I will show you our Macedonian parliament. Thank you. Sobranie.
My name is Dimitar Nizamovski. I'm from Skopje, North Macedonia. I currently work at IFES, the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. However, I have substantial experience with youth and educational policies, being part of Youth Educational Forum. And then the crisis came by President Trump. So, there was this huge layoff. And however, I'm very happy to be here and to attend this kind of program.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Marko Filipovic. I'm from Serbia. Currently, I'm a student at the Faculty of Political Science, Master Program Contemporary Balkan Studies. I graduated also at the Faculty of Political Science, International Relations, and I was also teaching assistant at the faculty at the subject Contemporary Balkan Relations. And I'm also a member of European Movement in Serbia and Regional Forum for Dialogue.
Contemporary Balkan relations, which are not modern. Just
Yeah,
contemporary.
yeah.
Hi, I'm Mia. I'm also from Skopje, also your former student.
Yes, you are.
I finished my master's last year in international relations. I've worked briefly in the cabinet's office, in the National Assembly, and in the OSCE mission to Skopje.
Sanja Mancheva from STIP, Macedonia. Currently I work as a Council of Europe local expert on deliberative democracy and citizens engagement. I'm also pretty active in a few networks for youth engagement, female participation, and so on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know. Okay. Great. Thank you so much. I doubt that we can get the feedback from the people that are online, right? There is no way to get feedback from them? Okay. Okay, so thank you for being here. Unfortunately, we cannot hear their CVs and their short bios, but it's a great group, basically. Your background guarantees a good discussion. I'll try to fit in 45 minutes, so we finish by 4:15. Is that okay? And I want more your feedback than anything else. So basically, I will try to not bust, but simply discuss certain myths of political participation and give you numbers that kind of defy or do not completely support what we officially believe in or most of the time believe in. So let's give first a note on political participation. Everybody that does here a deliberative democracy knows that the fundamental tension that we are starting from is deliberative versus aggregative democracy. The experience with authoritarian regimes we had in the past, currently, and probably in the near future, I guess, hopefully not, but I guess yes, tells us that authoritarian regimes prefer only aggregative democracy, which is votes, voting, the voting process, the numbers. But nobody discusses how that will is formed. What are the factors that, in fact, affect forming of the will that is expressed through elections? And as long as you dominate the media, as long as you have complete control over the media, you don't really need that debate. But true democracy discuss deliberative, associational, participative democracy and other forms that are in fact vital to the survival of a democracy. The context in which we are discussing what we are discussing in the region is a very cumbersome one, a very hard one, a very historically burdened one, with the legacy of war, with the legacy of poverty, with the legacy of ethnic intolerance, still proneness to authoritarianism and many other perks of political culture that I don't want to go into because we don't have enough time. On the other hand, as much as I can tell, and by reviewing several articles that have come to my attention that kind of define and try to analyze the problem of deliberative democracy, as also Hannah tried to present, also, although from the opposite angle, doesn't really help. The problem of AI and social media and echo bubbles and pseudo-participation. Sometimes you have the impression that you participate, but you really don't. Your voice is lost somewhere in the multitude of voices that exist in the social sphere, is very problematic. This is a very deep debate. I'm just mentioning these things like a little note to yourselves, not going too deep, because I said we only have 45 minutes and a lot to discuss. And on the other hand, there are many traits of political culture connected to the second, probably, bullet, which disable us from structuring a good discussion or deliberating as we should. What would those traits be? Why is it hard to discuss? I was surprised to see that, for instance, especially in younger generations, now not just in younger generation, even my generation, which can be called median generation. I'm almost 50, I'm 47. For instance, if you open up some of the social networks, you see that if you follow political content, you see that, for instance, immediately this post-truth discourse comes to mind, which means that, for instance, X, or formerly known as Twitter, is used massively, for instance, for historical revisionism. And all I can see is revisionism on all sides, by all representatives of every possible nation in the Balkans. And it's kind of a very, very bad discussion of, I would say, people that don't hear each other, that they just have certain agenda, which is, I would say, can attract clicks, but it's typically presented from this post-truth angle, so to say. I will leave out the last point. I will explain it later a little bit. But the traits of political culture that immobilize us from participating. Anybody? What do we believe in? What is the general mindset of the people? Are we more effective than rational? What is the balance of this, I would say, attitude components that we have? Huh? I'm giving you a hint so you can participate a little bit. Huh? Political culture is made of attitudes, especially towards political institutions, political processes, political phenomena, so to say. That is the fundamental definition of political culture, or the very simplified definition. And then these attitudes are made of what? What is the attitude made of? Cognitive component, which is what you know about a certain thing. Emotional component, how you feel, or affective component, how you feel about a certain thing. And then you can have either moral component or connotative component. How do you think something is moral or not? Or do you think you should do something about something or not? So basically, it's my impression that that social networks, including AI, have kind of rapidly triggered this affective component in relation to the cognitive component. It is a contradiction in which we live because the more information you get, the less informed you are. And especially with Generation Z and Generation Alpha, I guess you're millennials, most of you? Yes? Yes, most of you are millennials. With Gen Z and Gen Alpha, this is really starting to occur and kind of unravel that the more informed they are, the less informed they are. And it's very funny. Yeah, there is kind of a reverse evolution. I would absolutely agree with that. Maybe it's a little bit radical, but it's not untrue, trust me. Because they cannot select. There is a lot of informational debris, we'll discuss that. So this is the general context. There is overshadowing of these cognitive components by affective components, and sometimes I have the impression that nobody is interested in cognitive facts, what we know about certain things, because you can easily relativize these kind of things on social networks, in discussion, etc., etc. Okay, and in this context, we believe in certain things that are either partially true or completely not true. I started something about polarization, if you remember. What do we believe in the Balkans when it comes to political polarization? I won't speak about ethnic polarization. That is something that I will treat as a separate thing, as a separate form of polarization. Ethnic polarization is a separate form. Let's discuss political polarization that can be very effective in its essence. So what do we believe about political polarization? What is the impression? In terms of ideology, in terms of intensity, not just political parties, also the general public. What do we believe? What is the general perception on polarization in societies? Speak up. It's always conservative versus liberal, or on that ground, more or less. What else? Yeah. Please. Okay. Yeah. Do we believe that they're very high in the Balkans, for instance? Do you believe that polarization in societies in Southeast Europe is very high? Yeah, okay. Let's see. Okay. We tend to believe that it's high. We tend to believe that it's very effective. We tend to believe that it's deeply enrooted in societies. And to tell you honestly, I think that Macedonia, for instance, as a society, in the last 20 years moved on from ethnic polarization between ethnic Macedonians and ethnic Albanians to more ideological polarization. I honestly think that in the last 10 years, ideological polarization on these lines that you mentioned overshadows ethnic polarization. Ethnic polarization is even relativized in a way in the two campuses that are opposed on different grounds. Although it's much more complex than that, but I'm trying to simplify it for the sake of the lecture. So it's not unimportant. This polarization does not occur only on ethnic lines. Ethnic polarization, separate topic. Okay. This is the rise of polarization from 1990 until 2020 according to VDEM data. You know that VDEM, University of Göteborg is head of that project. I used to code for them. So I was coding data for them for years. And then I just gave up because it consumes a lot of time. And it honestly can be very boring, and things do not move at such a pace so I can say something that is very interesting. So I was coding more or less the same results every year. So I said, you need a new, fresh pair of eyes. I'm giving up. I'm not coding anymore. But okay, so as you can see, this is Europe, the red line, this penultimate line here. Europe and Central Asia, East Asia and Pacific, North America. South Asia obviously has a very steep rise in political polarization. But in fact, you can see that these trends, there is another, on their website, there is another graph which is very similar to the shape and to the lines, to the trend, so to say, with this one that is basically shows penetration of internet globally. So basically political polarization is obviously correlated to the rise of the use of internet globally. So the social media, the internet, the digital sphere obviously has something to do with political polarization. Obviously, there is some very obvious connection between the two phenomena. If you see, you can go on the site of the VDEM. I deliberately didn't give you the second graph so you can research a little bit. You will see that there is an almost identical graph that shows penetration of internet in these areas of the world, in these 5-6 areas of the world, and then polarization absolutely follows with, of course, differences in different parts of the world, but it's generally on the rise. Okay, we can say that polarization is to a certain degree normal, that it is expected to occur, because people cannot absolutely think about the same things in the same way, and that it's some kind of, and it's even desirable in a society, it's multitude of opinions, etc., etc. Origins can be social cleavages, mostly inequality. People that are on the bottom of the social scale don't have the same perception and needs as people that are middle class, or as people that are higher class, etc., etc. So polarization occurs on economic grounds, but can also be amplified and used by political elites, strategically utilized for political profit, for political gain, and there are many other emotional and psychological factors which are very complex that can also affect political polarization. We believe that there is high political polarization in Southeast Europe. If you see Serbia today, if you came to Macedonia, for instance, in 2016, even many other countries, you will probably find, you would have found and you will find at the moment, you could find political polarization that's beyond belief. And we tend to think that Southeast Europe is the worst in this regard. There is this perception, which is mythological, that we have high polarization. It's legacy of wars, social and cultural cleavages, ethnic distances, power distances, long transitional process, and especially the fatigue from the transition, from the EU integration process in certain countries. Macedonia is a typical example, where there is enlargement fatigue of the side of the candidate country now, not on the side of the European Union. There is enlargement fatigue on the side of the candidate country, which creates the polarized atmosphere which was present in our discussion, in the first discussion today, obviously, right? You see some people are for fast pacing, some people are for just stopping the process, and there is no middle ground. But all of this leads us to the perception, which is, I said, on the level of some kind of a myth, that there is high political polarization in the Balkans. Let's see if that's true. The scale of Videm, and their very complex model of how they measure political polarization, tells us something different. You see, from 0 is not at all, there is no political polarization. 1 is mainly not, 2 is somewhat, 3 yes to a noticeable extent, and 4 is yes to a large extent. So 4 is the worst result. And these are the Videm data on the region. So not just Southeast Europe, sorry? I took every data that is for, there is a data for Albania, it's last. Minus 0.6. Minus. So there is no political polarization. It's even going below 0. So it's the least polarized. Yeah, that's why I'm considering a little bit the model, reconsidering the model. What Videm measures says that, in fact, okay, Slovenia is not Southeast Europe. I put it there just to insult them for the sake of insulting them. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just as a control variable. They have the highest score of 2.04, for instance. The next most polarized society is Serbia with 1.37, which, in all honesty, when I go there and visit and stay a little bit and see the political atmosphere, honestly, I have the impression that it's 15. But in general, Videm says no, it's not that polarized. People still communicate. Yeah, please. You think so? Yeah, I guess. So there should be subunits for analysis, basically. Yeah. Bulgaria is 1.29, which is also very, very strange. Bosnia and Herzegovina 1.21, Croatia 1.2, North Macedonia below 1, 0.95, Montenegro very close, 0.85, and Albania and Greece are minus 0.62 and minus 1.06. So they even go below 0. There is no political polarization. Just as a comparison, what Videm does, however they rate, whatever methodology they use, in Europe, Turkey is the most polarized society. This I can understand. This I can understand. It's literally the mainland versus the coast versus Anatolia. Basically, it's very divided. There was a map. I don't know whether you've seen this map. There is a perfect correlation of the number of books that are sold in library or in bookstores to who wins in Turkey. A perfect correlation. Wherever there is high level of, there is a high turnout, how is it called? A high volume of books sold, the opposition wins. Wherever there is a low volume of books sold, Erdogan wins. There is a perfect correlation. I've seen the map. It's ridiculously, it's very, very interesting to see. So it tells you about the cultural capital of the voters and who they prefer and how is it organized. But Poland surprised me to a certain extent. I know that there is high polarization in Poland as well, but it's almost the highest. It's almost 4. And the USA, as I put it as a control variable, is 230. It's some kind of median situation, probably. MAGA versus the liberals is the typical template for polarization. What's the myth here? The myth is that we are the most polarized part of the world. That's the myth. We're obviously not. I'm trying to comfort you by saying it can be worse. Because we've seen worse, yeah, we've seen worse. We've been there, done that. What I'm saying is that why people sometimes don't decide to participate and engage into civic activism, because the people believe that political atmosphere is so polarized that it's impossible to contribute something. No, it's not. No, it's not. It obviously isn't. That's what I'm saying. That's the first myth we need to bust or somehow discuss, because political polarization is obviously not such a big issue in other parts of the country. Now the question is the following, and you might want to answer. I said it in the first session. Does political polarization stimulate or disable political civic activism and political participation? Now that's the question. Whether politically polarized societies tend to stimulate in people more participation or less participation. What's your impression? Because this is also a question that needs academic attention, analytical attention, and we are not really have never answered this question. So I'm asking you, do you think that bigger political polarization stimulates more political participation? Or is the other way around? Because I don't know the answer to this question. I'm literally just asking. Please. Okay, that's fair. But I've heard many young people especially use it as grounds to not participate, you know, that's what I'm worried about. The situation is very polarized. I don't want to get caught in the middle, you make enemies and whatnot. People sometimes simply don't want to participate. But I have the impression that in general terms you're right. That in fact it stimulates more participation because people get, you know, the more radical, so to say, in a good sense of the word. They try to fight for their own attitudes and, in a way, try to participate. Okay, anybody else with an opposite perspective? What do you mean? Yeah, okay, so it kind of, hinders participation. Okay. Yeah.
Exactly, it does not
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought out, but what about the others? For instance, millennials, I want to participate
Mm-hmm.
because my political culture, actually the time when I grew up, teach me somehow that I have no luxury to be natural.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is
Yeah.
in my generation. I'm 31, and we
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm an Xennial, and absolutely that was the same thing. There is no free lunch. You drop your guard, you get kicked. Basically, that was the 90s taught us that it's very hard. Once you drop the ball, it's very hard to pick it up. So basically, you have to be alert. And we are existentially, we suffer as Xennials, we suffer from existential fears. Existentially threatened. We constantly feel existentially threatened, yeah. Yes, yes. And leave my job as soon as the atmosphere becomes toxic. Okay. Toxic atmosphere in my generation was kind of the standard. Yes. Even without proper access to internet in my case. I got the first proper access to internet in Sarajevo during my studies, when we had a computer lab, so you can...
I'd like to add that Gen Z, in my opinion, and from what I've read and whatever I've done recently, is that they're more engaged, more active than we think they are. Let's take, for example, the Sri Lanka case, or let's take, for example, the
Nepal case, yeah.
or any other country in Southeast Asia in which...
I have a slide on that. Hold your thought. I have a slide on that, exactly. True.
However, we don't perceive it because we see them as young, as
True.
crazy, as
True.
on internet all the time. Like
Yeah.
for instance, when the Iran started attacking or Israel started attacking, there were some Gen Z people who they made a joke in the sense that we have a Mujahideen camp in Tirana, nearby, in Durrës.
In Durrës,
And
yeah.
these guys, they are technically the enemies of the Iran government today.
Yeah.
Basically, some Gen Z people, they changed the address of the camp and they put the prime minister at home. Saying this is your... this is
Proper
your
address.
Yeah, yeah,
This is the proper address, yeah.
So they create
Yeah.
politics through memes and through humor, which is how humor should be.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on, and then we come back to this point because I have some slides on what you were discussing. We kind of predicted the flow of this discussion. So the second myth is that we don't, or the second problem, the second challenge is we often don't delineate between participation and pseudo-participation, and this is something that we must do in order to fulfill certain criteria of participation and deliberation. So when we deliberate, we think that every exchange of opinions is deliberation, guys. And this is a huge problem, especially on social networks. No, deliberation has certain rules. Deliberation has standards. If these standards are not met, then it's not deliberation, it's just talking. It's just exchanging opinions, very often just slander or, I don't know, spreading hatred or whatever you do. So not every exchange of arguments is deliberation. Deliberation has rules. This is Bachtiger's criteria, which I will just briefly go through because we really don't have the time, which are equality, justification, rationality, common good orientation, respect and agreement, interactivity, constructive politics, and sincerity or truthfulness. There is this rule that I always forget the title of the rule. My friend Misha Popovic always reminds me of this rule, that after the third status, somebody will mention Hitler. After the third exchange of arguments, somebody will mention Hitler. Yeah. Right? Somebody will mention that somebody is a Nazi. So basically, that's not goodwill, that's not sincerity, that's not, So in order to be called deliberation, deliberation needs quality. And what we're getting is not quality. We don't have much time, so I will just skip what the problem is. First, existence of associations, existence of even actors in the deliberative process does not guarantee quality. For instance, when it comes to associational democracy, Donati, for instance, from Bologna, a professor, measured in Italy how much of the population creates social capital. Population in terms of people that participate in the public sphere, very little. Very little. Why? Because we are the reflection of our own cultural and social capital. Not everybody, and this is something I teach in Sarajevo, for instance, when we speak about deliberative democracy, not everybody creates cultural and social capital. Then you have, no, this is Donati. Might be Della Porta as well, why not? So the problem of participation, partial participation, and especially equal voice, is what constitutes the Habermasian dilemma. The problem with participation is the following. We believe that everybody participates as everything is okay. We tend to forget the inequality of participation, the scale. Do you think that a child from a Roma community, from a Roma neighborhood in Skopje, has the same access to information and the same possibility to interact or to influence as a director or a CEO of a media house, of a media outlet? Not really. Not really. So Habermas is a very good actor. God rest his soul. He just died a few months ago. But the problem with the Habermasian dilemma is that you cannot really provide equal access to everybody. And the general deliberative atmosphere can never be ideal. Okay, let's move on. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go too deep. Why is nothing happening, Tosha? We'll just briefly go over some other points and then discuss a little bit. Can you see what's going on? I think it got stuck or something. Се заглави? Okay, MacBook. I'm always critical. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. This is connected to the previous thing you said, that participation is futile. I put resistance in. Do you know that the line resistance is futile? Whose line it is? It's from Star Trek, right? And there it's usually told by the Borg. And what are the Borg? And I'm trying to make a parallel here. What are the Borg in Star Trek? The ones that have those half robot, half human. What are they? What is their political order of the Borg? They live in a cubicle. They conquer other civilizations. They're very aggressive. No emotions. So what are they? They're robots, yes. Not AI in the classical sense, but in fact what they are the perfect authoritarian society. It's the perfect order, right? The Borg are the imprint of or the template for the perfect authoritarian society. That's why their creed, their motto is resistance is futile. You cannot resist us. That's why I was trying to make kind of a dead joke, very unsuccessful one. Participation is futile is one of the myths that we believe in. That participating doesn't bring you anywhere. It's too polarized. It's too risky. It takes a lot of time, especially because we prefer survivalist to liberal democratic values. Survivalist values in the Balkans are still preferred to liberal democratic values, and often one excludes the other according to, for instance, people that have worked on the Inglehart, for instance, and Wetzel that have worked on the European Values Survey. People still think in highly materialistic values in the Balkans, and this is something that we don't want to admit very often. Cultures in the Balkans are highly materialistic because of years of poverty, because of some path dependency that we had, which was never being too rich as part of Europe. And generally, people are oriented towards surviving. When you're oriented towards surviving, then you're not oriented, or you cannot be oriented towards liberal democratic values. The Marxists used to say ideological base, ideological upgrade. You cannot think about ideology and, I don't know, discussing these types of discussions unless you're hungry. So basically, we are still oriented towards survivalist values, which tells you, there is a Macedonian proverb that roughly translates to, it's important that your chimney works, right? So basically, just watch your home and don't participate. Don't do too much. Orient to your family's basically economic well-being. That's your chimney is, has smoke. Basically, that's important. Nothing else, roughly translated. And this is very important because this creates an impression of the futility of participation. However, that's not really the case. These are the traits of political culture that define high power distances. When you have high power distances from political elites, you are not very eager or prone to participate. You feel that politics is something dirty, something out there, something that doesn't bring you any good. There is no return of investment if you participate in politics, so keep out of it. The very, I would say, Augustinian, early Christian, or even early Islamic perception of how you should. The early Islamic and the early Christian perception, in fact, completely coincide when it comes to how you relate to politics. Don't bother. That's the best idea you can. There is an equal distribution of power and whatnot. Will not go into details. But has civil society achieved anything? Of course it has. We are forgetting about the gains, what civil society brought, and what participation brought us. Basically, the change of regime in 2000 and possible another one in Serbia will happen through civil society. As a tool. As a very important tool, of course. That's a whole theory which is very complicated. Thank you for reminding me, because there is a whole theory about how civil society and political actors interact. I will speak about that as well. The change of regime in North Macedonia in 2016 happened through the colorful revolution. It was not a small thing to achieve, basically. And it was mostly because of civil society and interaction with political parties, of course. But nothing would have happened without civil society, trust me. So participation is not futile. That's what I'm saying. You have the plenums in Bosnia and Herzegovina that at least change the social atmosphere in the country. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. So basically they gave another tone. Politicians at one moment in Bosnia probably panicked that they have to start to be accountable, which is something that politicians are generally very afraid of in the Balkans. Then you have successful eco-initiatives, the Vjosa River campaign, Brave Women of Kruščica, Stara Planina protest, Jadar, or the so-called Rio Tinto project, etc., which were all prevented because of civil society. Especially some of them because of women organized, which is a very strong message. Being on the bridges, being on the access roads, not allowing these rivers to be exploited and to become something that they shouldn't probably become. Successful policy campaigns, truth and reconciliation, gender issues, equal political participation. In our country, 30% of women have to be on the lists because of the pressure that women lobbies had throughout the years. Or directed, Tome is very acquainted with this. Tome, can you comment a little bit? Yes. 40, sorry. It's even better now, huh? Okay. So it gives you progressing. So basically, and even in times of big tragedies like the Novi Sad tragedy and the Kočani tragedy lately, civil society is the complete carrier of the social change and the responsibility. When even political parties are not interested to engage and comment. The parents of the kids that died in the Kočani tragedy, basically, are absolutely probably one of the most important foci or locuses of civil activism at the moment, because they're the consciousness of society. So I would say that participation is not futile. There are many arguments that you can use that you can say I'm against it, okay? But there are many more that show you that something can be achieved. Something can be achieved. So basically, it is nice to participate. It's recommendable to participate if you want to do something. Mothers of Srebrenica, women in black in Serbia. They are the consciousness of society. Very important. Very important. I've seen a documentary, it was quite a long time ago, for instance, for a single person in Albania that worked on the territory of Albania and Montenegro, that made an NGO that was a mediatory NGO between families that had certain feuds between them, so no further aggression occurs. And this guy was one of the most, I would say, the brightest examples of how the family that lost a member is compensated, it's all agreed upon, they discuss it, but it was maybe 20 years ago. This was one of the first things when I noticed that people with their own initiatives, without any money, without any funds, can achieve a lot. Do you know how many killings were prevented because of this guy? Yeah, it's usually vendetta, or, you know, it happens everywhere. It's not just Albania and Montenegro, absolutely happens everywhere. It's good that Albania and Montenegro now have a person that deals with that, has an official NGO that mediates between the families, sometimes, if there is need. Yes, this was 20 years ago maybe, and many killings, many possible, it happens in Macedonia as well. Nobody speaks about it, but it happens everywhere in the Balkans. It still happens. It still happens. But you know, some guy thought that it's great. He was an older person back then. Some thought that it is nice to discuss these things. It's nice to try to prevent it, you know. So there are successful examples. Somebody mentioned USAID today. One of the theses that we recently believe is that civil society is over. USAID left, it's all over. Let's all cry. Basically, that was the fundamental atmosphere at first days here when USAID left. My point exactly. My point exactly. You see, it's not that bad, right? It's time to be, not like before, but not that bad. That's what I'm saying. One of them is that we believe that once USAID leaves, then it's all done. Civil society is over, civic activism will be over. It was a tragedy, as the Bee Gees said, right? But let's look at the numbers a little bit. You can find them online. There are 3 different, I checked the sources, all sources. I will come back to, this is the estimated USAID share of foreign CSO funding. In North Macedonia, it was between 20 to 35%, nobody can say exactly. One of the top 2 to 3 external donors alongside the EU and Swiss programs. Switzerland, also Norway and Japan gave a lot of money on different programs. But USAID was fairly, from all foreign donors, 25 to 30% approximately. Kosovo, 25 to 40% approximately, so more, obviously more. Historically among the largest single bilateral donors, and in Serbia it was only 10 to 20%, only 10 to 20%. Important donor, but UN diversified foreign funding is larger overall. But what did we learn from this? Sorry? What did we learn from this? It's what you said, that aside from the obvious perception that if USAID leaves, everything is over, that it's not over. On the contrary, I think that civil society adapted, even with less funds, even under these conditions, it didn't die off. It's now transformed in something that in literature you can find it, it's a weird term, I don't like it, but some of the literature speaks about informal civil society. Like formal is CSOs and organization, and informal is individual civic activism, informal civic activism, non-registered civic activism and whatnot. But in general, I don't like the term, it's a little bit vague, but okay, let's say it's informal civil society. But civil society adapted. Civil society survived. And even if there are no formal channels that are supported by USAID, this political energy or this energy of civic activism will go somewhere. It will not vanish. You know, political energies don't vanish, they transform. So basically now there is a growing mushrooming literature on informal civil society, not exactly because of USAID and the fact that USAID left, but it was a dramatic blow. Our former prime minister, one of our former prime ministers, had one sentence in an interview, said, "We don't build anything with our own money. We don't buy anything with our own money. We wait for the international donors." Maybe this was a wake-up call to see that maybe we can be more self-sustainable. But in general, it was not such a tragedy. You see, those are big funds, but okay, there are also domestic funds, and there is, of course, the rest of the funds from foreign donors that still exist. Although we kind of normalize the fact that we are a donor-driven, that there are donor-driven civil societies in these countries, which is more or less okay, but we should aim for more sustainability, which is not that easy as it sounds. But in general, it's not a drama. So basically, the story is not over, since civil society is much more than CSOs. People will form political parties. People will form informal initiatives. People will form all kinds of civic activism because this energy will go somewhere. This energy will not be dropped. So basically, we shouldn't make such a drama of the fact that USAID left, right? I don't think that anybody is anymore, but in the first year, it was really, first 6-7 months, it was really dramatic. Ethnic polarization is forever. And this is probably the myth that hinders, that disables participation most of all. The bed was laid in the 90s. We can't get out of the animosity context. Okay. Ethnic divisions. The 90s, consequence of the so-called icebox effect. Larry Diamond used to describe it. During socialism, nationalisms were frozen, and once the transition started, all nationalism in the Balkans melted down and appeared on the surface. So basically, that's the icebox effect of socialism, the general perception that economic equality will cure status equalities. See you, Tome. Status equalities was not true. Status equalities or equalities in identity questions will not be cured through economic equality. That's where communism got it wrong, or socialism got it wrong. Massive ethnic entrepreneurship, and what is most interesting, especially, I will sit a little bit, sorry, I have back issues, so I will just briefly sit, is securitization of identity. Securitization is a process where somebody is defending you from somebody else. Macedonia, for instance, is a typical, I would say, society of ethnic entrepreneurs. Basically, that's how it functions for 35 years, where securitization of identity is always occurring. There is always an enemy. In the 90s, the ethnic Macedonians and ethnic Albanians were mutually enemies, so it was very easy to kind of securitize identity. Then after the conflict, it kind of dropped down. It was not sexy anymore, so we find a new one. Then it was Greece. We securitize our identity against Greece, and now it's Bulgaria with the Arvito came perfectly in order to do securitization of identity. So there are always political elites that defend us from something. And ethnic hatreds and ethnic bilateral issues. Okay, can you tell me approximately what % of political careers in the Balkans were made out of animosity, ethnic hatred, bilateral disputes, the other community is less worthy than us, and this kind of discourse? And what are the longest lasting political careers in the Balkans? Dodik is a fine example. Dodik is a very fine example. But you need a Dodik on the other side in order to have a game. Ali Ahmeti. I think he moderated it in the meantime to a certain degree. He can sometimes utilize these ethnic issues for short-term political gain, but he moderated a lot from 2001. He had good and bad periods, so to say. Dodik is a more consistent example, I can tell you, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I spoke to colleagues from Slovenia. Now they exhausted kind of all topics. Serbs, Croats, Hungarians, Italians. Now it's the Albanians turn to be the bad guys in Slovenia. Now there is part of the right-wing politicians that find, especially Kosovars, they find now a new group that we securitize against. Now Kosovar Albanians especially are now found, I see there are rising voices that you have to securitize now Slovenia against Kosovar Albanians, which are not, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, listen, these tropes of securitization of identity when it comes to ethnic hatred and ethnic polarization, which makes participation hard sometimes, because we easily build bonding social capital within the group, but it is very hard to build bridging social capital between groups, because you're pressured by your own group not to do that, especially if you're diaspora. The diaspora has it very bad. I've met with diaspora from Macedonia, both Macedonians and Albanians. They are very pressured by their own ethnic communities to stay within their ethnic community when they go, for instance, to live in the United States. And I had a boss in UNDP, he was Albanian from Debar, and we met and he said, I have a lot of pressure not to hang out with ethnic Macedonians, for instance, because our diaspora thinks that we should keep it only Albanian within Albanian community. He said, all my friends from Skopje were Macedonian, or at least 60, 70%. I must communicate. Most of these people came to the United States to work just as me, so these are my friends from my childhood. I cannot simply avoid them because my community is pressuring me. And this is all diaspora that pressures new generations not to communicate with other communities, and they're very closed. Okay, diaspora is always, it's called diaspora guilt, it's a very specific phenomenon. But in general, that's balance of fear, basically, which is used in order to keep tensions alive. And it's very easy. So it's one of the easiest games because people are afraid. People are afraid of what they don't understand. People are afraid of what they don't know. People are afraid to build bridging social capital because their own community is pressuring them, for instance. But this is accompanied with a process which is, I saw it on X, for instance, on Twitter, of constant and permanent historic revisionism, which is very post-truth in its essence, where you can practically prove anything. Whichever national discourse you want to present in a certain way, you can. There is no limit to that, basically. Because, you know, you can check facts, but you can hardly check historical facts. Nobody is really attested to what happened, right? So basically you can improvise. And for instance, when I open X, I have a passive account. I never comment anything, never like anything. I'm just a voyeur, so to say. And I can see a huge energy of historical revisionism, which is complete waste of time. Yeah. For anybody that, that has, true. I stand corrected, true. Please, finish.
Historical revisionism is very much used for both sides.
Of course.
And especially political parties are using when it comes to elections and when it comes to certain tension situations. So I was part of those and maybe hundreds of such similar organization, and my Albanian fellows and my because I have a lot of Albanian colleagues and friends. I'm fluent. I'm one of registrars who speak Albanian fluently. But when they start talking about, of course, we are one nation. We are stuff about the great Albania. We are in Macedonia. Habibi, Macedonia is in NATO. Albania is in NATO. It's not possible to change the borders. So that's why this kind of historical revisionism is not waste of our time for everyone. There are young people believing that great Albania, including Serbia, Macedonia, Montenegro, I don't know, Greece, will
become reality, And every nation has more or less the same type of project in the mind.
Macedonia is a member of NATO, Montenegro a member of NATO. You know, and you still believe that something can change?
I definitely believe that political elites can strategically use this type of questions. And they're used.
They really
Yes. I meant it's a waste of time. Listen, I meant it's a waste of time from the perspective that nobody convinces anybody into anything. People just exchange offenses and everybody goes home then. It became literally a masochistic syndrome. It's good for the memes, it's good for humor basically, and it's good probably for taunting each other, but aside from that it has zero value. Unless you strategically use it as a political elite to kind of hit up this kind of emotions. But there were good examples of interethnic understanding. Why did Dayton didn't work and Ohrid worked? The Ohrid Framework Agreement. Why was Ohrid Framework Agreement, even at certain times, now that idea is, I see, more or less over, even proposed for Kosovo? Why? Because it imposed this one principle that Dayton unfortunately had. And probably somebody from Sarajevo can with more emotion comment on this. The mistake of Dayton is federalization of the country. Once you set the borders, invisible borders, you never bring them down. It's over. It's over, everywhere, everywhere. Yes. There was a text by an Italian professor. She was a member of those delegations that came and worked on the Ohrid Framework Agreement. Sorry, извини, and she wrote, I used her as a source in an article that I published in Belgrade, but I forget her name. And she wrote one very important thing. She was part of the, I think, European delegation or something, also a professor of political science. She wrote, the mistake we didn't repeat with Dayton was federalization of Macedonia. We did what we should have done in Bosnia, local self-government. Solve your problems on the local level. Albanians and Macedonians have problems, Serbs and Macedonians, Serbs and Albanians, Turks, Roma, Vlachs, whomever. Solve them on the local level. It's a subsidiarity principle. Originally from the Catholic Church, but generally now EU works on the basis of subsidiarity. Solve your problems where they occur. Through Nansen Dialogue Center, I once even participated in solving this problem, in such a problem. We were sent to the mixed community of Jegunovce to see something about the name of an elementary school. Allegedly, the guy that the school was named after was a member of Bali Komptari, very unpopular among the ethnic Macedonians. The school should not be called, this guy was a Balist, so we cannot really, and it's offensive to the ethnic Macedonians. And we went there and started digging through the history. It turned out that that guy was the biggest philanthropist in the area of Jegunovce, which is the village before Tetovo, which is a big municipality before Tetovo, that helped numerous ethnic Albanians and Macedonians to get educated during the Second World War, where the situation was very divided and very politically risky. It turned out that this guy had zero connections to the Bali Komptari movement, absolutely zero. But somebody created the story in order to create ethnic tensions. So basically, you go and solve the problem on the local level. And people spoke to the ethnic Macedonians and said, listen, this guy had nothing to do. He was a philanthropist. And other Macedonians attested to this. They came and said, true, he helped my family. He gave my grandfather that much money. So true life stories. And the name of the school was not changed. Because somebody needed to create ethnic tension by saying, oh, this guy was a Balist, he was a member of the Bali Komptari, the school cannot be named after him. Turned out to be the complete opposite. Sometimes stories are simpler than we think. Sometimes you just need to research and ask the people in the local community, listen, is this true? And people will say, no, 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 it's the absolute opposite. And these witnesses were ethnic Macedonians that said, no, 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 he helped my grandfather, he had nothing to do, he was a great guy, leave the name of the school alone, it's fine, this guy was a nice guy, so the school has the right name, so forget it. Ohrid Framework Agreement said local self-government. Solve the problems wherever they appear. Don't take them on central level. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, especially in the Federation, there are so many levels that you can only complicate the problem further. You cannot solve it. Plus, it's cumbersome, it's expensive, and it's ineffective. And you have more public officials than people at the end of the day. Almost equal, 50-50, yeah. So there are lessons learned. Ethnic distances are motivation for participation, not the reason to avoid it. That's my motto in life. If there are ethnic distances are motivation to participate. There is something to be overcome. If there is nothing to be overcome, there is no reason for participation. It's just like political polarization. The more polarized it is, the worse it is, the better you participate. And even in this case, if there are problems, then you overcome it. There are ways how you do that. There are successful examples, like the Ohrid Framework Agreement, that enable long-term stability. Why? Because it was a combination of integrative and consociational elements. So both communities, and of course the smaller communities in the country, can be relatively satisfied. There is no perfect agreement. Somebody will be dissatisfied always to a certain degree. But there are templates that can be used to achieve certain kind of success. And my last point, and we finish. Don't trust the youth, especially Gen Z and Alpha. The biggest myth. Young generations don't care and are apathetic. Huh? Friedrich Ebert, which is the partner of today's event, published There were people from the region writing. I don't know them. I saw the name of the Macedonian author. I don't know the girl, unfortunately, never met her. It was Elena somebody. But they commonly wrote the conclusions on what young people are like today. So they try to profile. Job insecurity, economic insecurity, even mental health appears as a challenge for them. According to my experience from other research, issues with obtaining a home, high prices, issues with transportation, medical care. Gen Z and Alpha absolutely, especially Gen Z absolutely are panicking on these issues. That's why they're moving to other countries. Moving away from the welfare model towards more libertarian models, so they stop trusting the state so much. Ethno-nationalism is high, but in slight decline. Resistance towards identity politics, so not so much support for LGBTQI population, identity politics in general, it's obviously declining, this type of politics, this type of support. Increase in political interest and self-awareness on the other hand, which is good. No party politics is appealing to young people. Civil activism not at satisfactory level, huge gender differences. I see that in my class and I'm panicking. Girls are left liberal, boys are Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate. That's it. And I asked them a very simple question. People, how will you form functional marriages? How will you be a family tomorrow? You're supporting Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson, by the way, completely misinterpreting what Jordan Peterson said. I don't think they have the slightest idea what he was talking about. They cherry pick whatever is good from his philosophy to kind of slander women mostly. And then women are left liberal or go to radical feminist theories. And there is no intersection between the two. Absolutely no intersection between the two. And I have zero idea how this will function. Probably the rate of divorce will be 120. I don't know. I'm panicking. I'm already panicking because I have 2 kids, and it's my job as a dad to panic a little bit, right? Not just as a scientist. So I'm panicking. I have no idea how this will work. Huge gender differences, especially in ideological orientation. I have 2 groups. One is English. One is Macedonian. In Macedonian language, the English group is almost exclusively all girls. The Macedonian group is exclusively all boys. Completely different atmosphere when you enter. Completely different ideological orientation on both sides. Completely different. Opposite. So there is declining support for democracy and, of course, preference for social media over TV and other classical types of... my last slide. I will not bother you anymore. The problem is we spoke with Minister Svilanovic on the break. Okay, it's not a decisive generation, but the generation comes. It's the next generation that will take over, Gen Z. Somebody asked me, but Professor, what do you think about your political activism of the Xennials? And I said, skip us, forget us. A generation should be skipped. We were swallowed by the system. We are defeated. We became the man. So basically, just skip us. And my student was very, very satisfied with the answer because I tried to be brutally honest. Skip Gen X. Just go to the next one. Maybe you'll be better. But Gen Z, for instance, has a very high trigger threshold. Moving away from the political center. Everything that is radical is good. The most radical parties in this country hunt young people and very old people. That's their support base. 18-year-olds and 80-year-olds. They cannot sell their story to me. I'm 47. I'm not buying that. I grew up in the 90s. You're not selling me that. Can I say the word bullshit in class? Yes. Okay, of course. You cannot, Chatham House rule. Nobody quotes me. Nobody quotes me. You can't really sell me that product. Not really. They look for instant gratification. Only radical content is worth the attention for them. So dopamine, doom scrolling, so to say. Lowered patience and shortened attention span. Informational debris in a post-factual world, huge crisis. We spoke about that. Never a more misinformed generation, never bigger access to information. Basically, this is our findings from different researchers. I didn't make this up, believe me. And social media echo bubbles, which are also very dangerous. And don't trust the youth. But previously you spoke, and we come to your point at the end. We come to your point at the end. You kind of had the vision to predict what we will discuss. But they're very self-aware as a generation. Much more self-aware and much more ambitious than my generation was, which tells you something on behalf of Gen Z, for instance. Much more activist-oriented and outspoken. The ones that know how to filter and select information are impossible to fool. the one that have developed critical thinking, alongside with the tools that they have on their disposal, for their disposal, they are unbeatable. Because everything can be checked. You cannot fool them. You cannot bullshit them. It's very hard. Not very patient, which can be good sometimes. They have very short patience for stupid stuff, generally. And the research shows that young people, especially Gen Z, significantly lower their support to populist regimes after 2 terms. 2 terms is not a short period of time, but after a certain period of time, this is a Cambridge study, they tend to recognize the demagoguery of populist regimes more than other generations. I think that, for instance, the boomers generation of when my father, for instance, my grandfather is out of the question, not because he's dead, but because his generation was completely authoritarian. But my father, for instance, has this, I even call it kind of a version of a Stockholm syndrome. They are passionately in love with their unfreedom. They're passionately in love with their unfreedom, this generation. They are very prone to trusting authorities, to believing in authorities, to be dependent on the state dependency very high, and to be completely subdued to political authority. They're completely uncritical to this. They're completely uncritical. My grandfather was the military guy, so I wouldn't go into that territory, basically. His obsession was to pay the bills, because you cannot owe to the state. That was a sin, an ultimate sin in our family, basically. So you cannot owe for water or electricity or whatever. That's kind of a punishable deed, basically. But my father also has this proneness to authoritarianism, for instance. And that's the generation that can be fooled easily because they cannot function outside of that framework, for instance. And that's why in Serbia, the support pro and against which is generational. Generational. There is a huge generational gap there. People that are prone to believing that the state is everything, and it can be Vucic, it can be Markovic, it can be Despotovsky, it can be Hisa, it can be anybody, as long as you have somebody that is kind of in charge of things and kind of leads the country somewhere, no matter how bad he does that, or she does that. Mostly he in that type of culture. Mostly he, let's be honest. Let's be frank. Mostly he. Yeah. But the younger generation recognizes that something is wrong and calls the older generation selfish in Serbia because they don't allow for political change. And Gen Z, they are absolutely not going to tolerate any kind of toxicity, not political, not in the workplace. Bravo for them. That can be good, sometimes. For making families, I don't know. Marriage is the biggest diplomatic tact of all times. Bye-bye. He said something I don't like. I won't bother you. If there are any comments or questions, I'm happy to discuss. I know we've gone a lot over the time. We are done for the day. Maybe you deserve a cigarette and a drink and maybe discuss everything in an informal atmosphere. So let's finish here in the salon, yeah, or something. Salon social, champagne socialism. Toshe, provide for the champagne, please. And thank you for the attention. See you in some other occasions in good spirits, of course. In Sarajevo.